Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the Modus Super Series on this Wednesday. It's the first week of Series A, and at the end of this session, we will know the first finalist. Paul Nicholson has been in commentary so far this week, and it is looking like it's going to be Tom Sykes, isn't it?
It looks that way at this stage. I think we can be fairly positive for Tom's chances, because already this morning we've been talking about possible records in his leg difference column. But I think it's really important for Tom to be really motivated today to try and get to 28 points, to try and win all of his games, because there have been times in the past where people have just taken their foot off the gas a little bit, and we know that people can pounce when that happens.
What have you made of the performances from Sykes in the context of the progress that he's made each time he's come to the Super Series?
I think his stumbles this week have been very small, and I think his highs have been very, very good. But if you look at the way he performed yesterday, it was better than Monday. I do still expect a little bit more from him going through to later stages of 2024, but that's because he's so good. And other people are going to be chasing him a lot wherever he goes. I just like the way he approaches things. He's a hard worker. He's passionate about the game. And at the minute, we're just happy to have him here.
One of the players that is chasing him is Martin Adams, 68 years young yesterday, and he's been quite consistent over the first 2 days.
Yeah, I think Martin's done some good stuff. I think his experience has got him points. And I think he's taken advantage of the fact that some players have struggled. But are we going to get the same sort of numbers from Martin that we've had in previous seasons? Probably not. But is he still going to cause problems for people? Absolutely. And I think if he can just polish up his doubles a little bit, he could win the key matches this week. But first, he's got to find himself into a Group B spot at worst.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sandwiched between him and Tom Sykes is Chris Gilliland. Can he compete for the top of the table?
He can, but he's going to have to beat everybody en route to playing Sykes in his final game, and he's going to need some help along the way, which I'm not sure is going to come, because Sykes is remarkably better than the people he's playing in the first few rounds. So it'll be a tough ask, but Gilly's got to make sure that he does his job, focus on the games that he's got, and then pray that the final game of the group is one that will take him through.
Well, let's just dissect the table after 2 days' play. Tom Sykes does have a 4-point buffer to Chris Gilliland. Looks like a bridge too far for Martin Adams, but really important, in my opinion, and I'm interested to hear your opinion on this as well, that he does keep Revelino Dubois at bay and keeps hold of that third spot.
I couldn't agree more, because I think if you look at the complexity of Group C compared to Group B, we look at Adams wanting to have one of 3 spots going into Saturday for that elusive weekly title that he doesn't have. But it's going to be hard to get there, because Dubois has improved from Monday to Tuesday, and he'll be feeling really chipper about the fact that he's done that. And he might look at Martin Adams from a distance at this point, but if he can just inch a little bit closer in the first couple of rounds, who knows?
Right, here is what the bookies think then. Obviously, Tom Sykes is an odds-on favourite. Only 4 players that can mathematically win the group. Dubois 500 to 1 punt. Adams 20 to 1. Chris Gilliland 4 to 1. So that is the outright betting, but the way they've done it suggests that they think it will be Sykes through Gilliland and Adams going to Group B. Very
much so. I think the way that things have panned out over the first couple of days, because people have been spread out very quickly. And I don't remember a Group A situation where things looked so secure coming into a Wednesday. I do think that Sykes will win the group. I do think that the Group B combatants will be Gilliland and Adams, and I think the bottom 3 will go into Group C. I don't see that changing, but yesterday we saw a little bit of apple cart upsetting at the start. I wonder if we're going to get the same today.
Yeah, only one way to find out. Let's go and commentate on the matches. Before we do, Phil Bars had a little chat with the league leader Tom Sykes before play got underway.
Tom, here we go, the final day of the Group A campaign. How do you approach today in such a strong position?
Yeah, just keep going. I'm coming into today still wanting to win all 5 games, and I'm still going to try that. That's still going to be the plan.
You must be delighted with the way the campaign's gone so far. Some blistering averages, great performances. Confidence must be sky high right now.
Yeah, I'm playing really well at the minute. I've had a few dodgy games where I've missed a lot of darts at a double, but most of the time they've gone in, and hopefully it can continue today and I can get another 5 out of 5.
Over the last 6 to 9 months, you've really gone to another level, and the social media and everything like that, everyone's talking about Tom Sykes as the next big thing. Is that exciting or is that nervous, extra pressure?
It's a bit extra pressure, but I thrive off pressure. So the more people talk about me, the more it'll happen.
The numbers you're producing, I'm guessing the long-term ambition is to get on the tour?
Yeah, 100%. Everything I'm doing this year is leading up to Q School next year, and then hopefully the tour.
What would it mean to get to Saturday night and then win and book your place in Champions Week with record prize money now?
Yeah, I've been there before and I know what it's like, so hopefully we can get there today.
Tom, absolute pleasure and wish you all the very best.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom Sykes, he looks like he's only a few footsteps away from finals night once again. Is he going to make it through to Champions Week? Didn't make it in the last series, but did make it in the one before and made it all the way to the big money match, the showpiece final. As for Michael Burgoyne, he will have his own targets, that of making a Saturday where he's on the stage and not sat in one of the seats in the audience. But he'll be up against it against the Castleford chucker, 31-year-old Yorkshireman who really is coming of age in his darting career. He takes on the nicknamed Burger Boy, who will have his mascot on the table as always, that cuddly toy burger. Who wouldn't want to go to bed with that at night? Well, can Tom Sykes put it to bed in today's session, and how early can he do that? We'll find out.
I think Tom's going to be really happy about the fact that he's got the first game of this Wednesday play.
100.
And he can set the clubhouse lead, and it might be a lead that nobody's going to equal.
60.
And if I may be brutally honest, I just don't see anybody catching him. He's been so much better than anybody else in individual performance,
60.
in overall average, and the fact that he upped his average from Monday to Tuesday by over 7 points tells you an awful lot about how comfortable he was yesterday. It wasn't just about that 109 average that he had in the middle of Tuesday. He had another 3-figure average in there and some other good displays.
96.
He was so much better than everybody else, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, excellent player. And has
121.
really lived up to that mantle of being the favourite, has had that aura about him this week.
I think he's the only person on Tuesday as well that would have been happy with his doubles. 18 hits from 44 for 41%. That's bordering on world class.
100.
Everybody else
Tom, you require
will be disappointed. We'll get into that in the next leg. Because something happened yesterday that I can't remember happening before.
99. Michael, you require 124.
What a beautiful first dart that is. Make sure you get a shot at the ball for the first leg of the day.
90.
Holding the
Tom, you
elbow a little
require
bit.
50.
Been the walking wounded, this group, to be honest. We'll come on to that in a second as Sykes takes aim at double 16, hits it, of course he does, 1-0.
Yeah, noticed that with Michael's practice starts a little bit earlier on. He looked a little uncomfortable.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first.
But yesterday, this is the thing that I can't remember happening before. We had 307 darts at double
28.
in that session. I cannot remember ever seeing more than 300.
Well, we've seen 3 so far today. One at the bull for Burgoyne that caused
59.
a little reaction on the elbow. Chris Gilliland is back from a broken elbow. It's turned out that Bradley Roes is suffering from a wrist injury. He took to social media yesterday
60.
and maybe just tempered some of the criticism from ourselves included that he wasn't enjoying himself and was a little bit,
99.
how should we say, stroppy? Is that a good word?
No, I think it's a fair assumption based on what we saw yesterday, but we can assure you, everybody, that Tom Sykes has not been doing a Tonya Harding overnight.
Well, Martin Adams had a plaster on his arm as well, didn't he?
60.
It was Tom Sykes in the dining room with the candlestick.
43.
So these are the kind of things that will get him that nickname. We'll just call him Cluedo. It's not the worst one.
58.
He has been dominant, though, hasn't he? He really has sort of treat all his opponents like there's some form of prey. Just look at the leg difference in this group. Tom Sykes has been head and shoulders above the rest of them.
81.
You don't have to be literally head and shoulders above everybody else to be a world-class dart player. He averaged nearly 95 yesterday.
85.
Only excellent players do that when they come here to the Modus Super Series. His 180 count is very healthy at 15 for the week. And he could have this job done by the end of round 2.
Require 140.
He does play Martin Adams in round 2. But in the second leg,
74.
we do have another chance for Burgoyne.
66.
He could genuinely be 2-0 up because he's had a couple of chances to take legs. And now he's got to look at Tom Sykes trying to do what he couldn't.
26. Tommy requires 66.
Just going to be one dart. At tops. In tops.
Shot on a
on
second
top.
leg. Tom Sykes.
And on the charge already.
That's got to be demoralising for Michael.
Third leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Still having a little bit of attention on that elbow. And yesterday, his daily numbers
41.
shrank a little bit by around 4% from Monday. As for his doubles,
60.
I'm sure they gave him nightmares last night. 9 hits from 56 darts at double. There have been some encouraging signs from
42.
Burgoyne this week. But you just wonder if this group is going to be the kind of group that just gets him going confidence-wise in the wrong direction.
140.
Because the last time he was here, he was bottom of Group A, and then he was bottom of Group C for the following 2 days.
$140.
With such authority, Tom Sykes. And in this leg, Burgoyne was kind of in
44.
control before the last exchange, and suddenly Sykes has turned it around. And I think part of it is just Burgoyne watching what his opponent's doing and realising that he is
43.
a cut above even in second gear.
He's getting that aura, isn't he?
140.
Some players wait years to get this kind of reputation as hard to beat. It's taken Tom Sykes less than a year here in Portsmouth to walk through that door and automatically be known
44.
as someone
Michael, you require
who could be
117.
destined for a series title. But his job is not the series title today. It's the first step on the ladder, making the Saturday of the qualifying
24.
week.
And please let his story be a lesson to the teenage talents who are expecting instant success a la Luke Littler. It doesn't happen that way for everyone.
133.
Tom Sykes is 31
Michael, you
and he's
require
emerging.
93.
Well, Burgoyne has options. Still has a couple of options on 88. Treble 16 was the target.
You do fear that Sykes is going to take a 3-0 lead now, and that leg difference
31.
could be swelling
Tom, you require 58.
like a character from Ghostbusters very quickly.
18.
But not so. And look at the
Michael, you
surprise on his
require
face, as if to
62.
say, you're supposed to be hit.
$22.
Overpitched. And Sykes has a
Tommy
chance to hit the same
40.
target that he's just seen his opponent miss. And move 3 clear. And we were talking about that leg difference, Paul. I know you've been crunching the numbers, and if Tom Sykes starts this one, well,
35.
maybe I'll save that sentence.
Michael, you
But I was going to say, if he
require
starts
40.
it by winning 4-0, he's going to be threatening records.
Absolutely. We'll get onto that at the culmination of this leg, which could be over now.
Game shot on
It's a
the
slow
third
start
leg.
from both
Michael
players, and I
Burgoyne.
just wonder if Sykes is being drawn into a bit of a scuttling battle here.
Fourth flag. It's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I think one of the things that we talk about with players is the ability to dominate good players when they're playing well. But you've got to be able to do it as well when people are struggling. Top was 109.31, bottom was 80. Now this is well under 80.
57.
And this was my fear, that if this happened at the start of play, he might just regress
58.
a little bit and give someone that little bit of encouragement that they didn't think they would get. This is where self-motivation comes in.
140.
And positive self-talk.
Likely to get the lead. Doubled
80.
with a breaker
Tommy
throw
require
here. 106 and 2
106.
goes at it.
Doesn't get a dart at double 16.
58.
And doesn't leave the double with 3 darts in hand. But he should have 2. I'm not even sure he's aware of that
123.
leg difference record, you know.
Tommy require 48.
If somebody gets word to him, it might just fire him up even more.
40.
Got the double
Michael, you require
when
60.
he didn't want it, and then didn't get it when he did want it.
And there you
Shot
go,
on
it's a
the
tied
full
game.
flag, Michael Burgoyne.
Don't forget about the Burger Boy. He might not be 100% today, looking at some of his reactions to his arm,
Fifth flag, it's Tom to
but
throw
he's
first.
still
Game on.
all square after 4 legs against the table topper. Now that record of leg difference in Group A
121.
stands at plus 36. That's only an increase of 9 legs in his current standings.
139.
That record is held by Christian Kist, David Evans and Luke Littler. If you consider how he played
57.
yesterday, if he was to recreate that in legs,
99.
he would break the record. He wouldn't just break it, he would smash it. He'd get to plus 40. And he didn't even win all of his
97.
games yesterday. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, remarkably good campaign so far.
61.
Because it has to be said, if he plays at this standard all day, he may not win more games than he loses. And suddenly opportunity knocks for
96.
Gilliland, maybe even Martin Adams.
If you look at yesterday, when he played his first game against Gilliland, he lost 4-2.
45.
And his
Tommy
undefeated
require
streak
130.
stood at 5. That's a good first start. That second dart is not.
$80. Michael, you require
just looking back to his first game.
157.
On Monday as well, he did play Burgoyne in his first game of the week. Won 4-0. Tops. I think everybody was holding their breath there,
137.
including Michael.
Tommy require 50.
What a shot that could have been.
$18.
He does return for
Michael,
the
you
remainder.
require
Tom
20.
Sykes had led this match 2-0, looked totally in control. Things have got 2/10 for Tom Sykes. As Burgoyne
Big
finds
shot on the fifth
2/10s.
flag, Michael Burgoyne.
Who thought this was coming? Because I didn't. Especially when you consider
Sixth flag, it's Michael to throw
that throughout
first.
the course of the week,
Game on.
Tom Sykes had won his first 10 legs against Burgoyne. Now he's lost the last 3.
$59.
The ability of getting the games won, it has proved tricky for Burgoyne this week, who only has a couple of
58.
victories. But he has got better, in my opinion, at looking comfortable on the
124.
hockey from Monday to Tuesday. He's looking nothing but uncomfortable so far today.
108.
But is this the sign that Tom Sykes refuses to go away with 0 points from this first game of Wednesday?
59.
It would just be a little cat among the pigeons, wouldn't it, if Michael were to win this one? Looks like he was getting rid of a pigeon or something.
44.
Might have had a message for him.
Yeah, don't go down this Yorkshire stereotype now. We don't send message by pigeon, Paul.
141.
I think it's a very secure way of doing things. Very reliable as well. But 118
99.
for Michael Burgoyne
Michael, you require 118.
will deal a very strange start to Tom Sykes and a great start for the chasing pack.
58.
It's not meant to be,
Tom, you
but
require 120.
the biggest finish of this match so far is 66.
He gets a go, has to move. Double top the target.
100.
Couldn't quite find
Michael,
it,
you
and now
require
all he can
60.
do is wait and watch and hope.
$40.
That might be the only
Tom, you
match-winning chance he
require
gets.
20.
Now you can feel the tension. Are we going all the way? We might not be.
No score. Michael, you require 20.
Gets a second bite.
Game shot.
And
the
Burgoyne
match. Michael Burgoyne.
Beat Sykes in a shock opener on Wednesday. All Tom Sykes had to do was win the games against the bottom three, the struggling players in the group, and he would be through. Burgoyne is struggling with his elbow, but it hasn't stopped him giving Sykes the elbow in this one. A 4-2 victory for Burgoyne. Sykes top of the table, but now he's just opened the door to usher the likes of Martin Adams and Chris Gilliland through. And Gilliland can close that gap if he can beat Revelino Dubois in the next match.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. $18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
No Bosch.
Pie Face is through and gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Week 1 of Series 8 is, well, in the final day of Group A, and Tom Sykes was psyched up to qualify, but he's lost his opening match, beaten by Burgoyne. And now Chris Gilliland will be revved up, ready to close the gap to Sykes to just a couple of points. He can do it with a win against Revelino Dubois, the Dutch debutant, taking on the Northern Irishman, 41 years of age, a ginger ninja who is on the road to recovery from a broken elbow. As for his opponent, he is only 20 years of age, from Purmerend in the Netherlands, and is looking to maybe force his way into Group B. I think this is one of those matches where after it, both players will know exactly what their ambitions are for the day.
I think that's fair.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
But what an opportunity this for Gilly. After that upset in the first match. Win this one, you'll be within 2 points of Tom Sykes at the top. And overnight, I'm sure he was thinking, I really hope that that's the case when I play
100.
Revy Dubois. But honestly, did he think it was going to happen? I don't think so. But now it's up to him
100.
to make this a bit of a race. I don't know about you, Murph, but that shirt that he's got on today makes him look like he's about to give us me mail.
60.
If you're watching from overseas, it looks quite similar to the kind of top that a postal worker would wear.
You're expecting me to say
57.
some sort of line like, can he stamp his authority on this one, or will he deliver? Should give me a pat on the back, Paul. Come on.
43.
Well, yesterday, Revy found himself winning more games than he lost.
140.
A marked improvement from Monday. As for his numbers, they were fairly similar. Less than half a point between his Monday and Tuesday numbers.
180.
So that tells me that he was just a bit more comfortable in the pressure situations towards the end of legs.
40. Chris, you require 118.
118, the first number. Gilliland is trying to deliver.
Game
he
shot on
does
the
so with
first
aplomb.
leg. Chris Gilliland.
That's now his biggest finish of the week so
Second
far,
leg, it's
eclipsing
Revelino to throw
his
first.
113 from yesterday.
Game on.
What a lovely start that is. Nice and tidy. But I think that's what Chris's game is all about.
98.
He's known as a very tidy international player. He's never really done anything that remarkable at the Modus Super Series. However, there is a caveat to that.
29.
He's the man who set the bar when it came to the leg difference record in Group A around 18 months ago.
41.
He set it at plus 32, and it took remarkable displays from some players to eclipse that, the likes of Raymond Smith and Littler and Evans and Kist.
97.
Just because he doesn't do anything with massive numbers every game, don't underestimate just how good he is when the pressure's on. And the pressure is back on him now.
60.
Switching down, we discussed yesterday when he goes above a target,
96.
tends to block it, which is why he went for cover there.
The head-to-head between these two is 1-1.
92.
So whoever wins this one will win the head-to-head in Group A. I'm sure they're both hoping that they're going to play each other again come Saturday.
83.
And that's the more realistic way of looking at whether they will play again, because it doesn't look like they're going to the same group over the next
100.
couple of days. In fact, Gilly might not even be playing the next couple of days if he keeps doing good things over the next couple of hours. But like we said earlier, Murph, he's
60.
had that favour
Revelino, you require
from Burgoyne.
110.
Now he's got to do his job and line up a game with Sykes come game 14.
90.
Narrow miss on the 110.
Chris, you require 136.
Gilly has another chance to embellish on his best finish of the week. Not going to happen this time.
48. Revelino, you require 20.
He was pretty good on this yesterday. He's going to need double 4 though.
12.
And he isn't so good on double 10 on this
Chris,
occasion.
you require 88.
At least it out of the bullseye, barring a stray dart anywhere here.
$60.
I think that was a tricky marker
Revelino,
for
you
him.
require 8.
I think what he was trying to do was relax it on top of the dart and slightly to the right, but it just didn't work.
Game shot on a second
Hence
leg.
it's 1-1.
Revelino Dubois. Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Chris has got a
Game on.
big problem when it comes to leg difference because with Tom Sykes being reduced to plus 25 in the table, Gilliland is 16 legs
45.
behind. Even if he gets favours when it comes to games that Sykes is involved in before they play,
83.
that leg difference has got to be bridged quickly. He's got to win matches like this by distances. And I hasten to say he's going to have to win at 4-1, 4-2. Otherwise, he's not going to make enough of him an impression.
140.
When he plays Sykes, he's got to be within 8 legs of him. Possibly 7.
He's had his little helping hand. The
81.
next bit of good news for Gilliland is that Sykes' next game is against Martin Adams. They won't take any prisoners. If he's off it in that one, Wolfie will pounce.
140.
That's an interesting dart shirt that Revy's got on today.
92.
If I didn't know he was from the Netherlands, I would say that looks more like a Hungarian flag on the back of his shirt.
$140.
It's a nice design. Things are different these days, you know.
97. Chris, you
25
require
years ago, if you had a
36.
dart shirt made, you were somebody. Now everybody's got them.
Chris Gilliland trying to be the sort of antidote to that theory here.
Game shot on a third leg.
The man in
Chris
red
Gilliland.
finds a green and leads 2-1.
He's doing a Tiger Woods today as Gilly,
Fourth leg.
wearing red
it's
on the
Revelino
final
to
day
throw
of the
first.
group,
Game on.
whereas Tiger would wear red every Sunday or final day of a golf tournament. Do you know why that is, Chris?
95.
No, go for it.
Because he went to Stanford University, and that was their university colour. That's why Ricky Fowler wears orange. He went to Oklahoma State.
140.
Can you envisage the American college industry having a darts scholarship in the future?
43.
That would be something.
Well, I'll tell you what, university darts is taking off in this country, and it is probably the most raucous atmosphere that you can play in these days. And people might think
125.
I'm joking, who've seen the Premier League or Ali Pali, but they're gleefully shouting at you to miss, doing everything they can to put you off, and the players actually
100.
revel in it.
That would be good training for Ali Pali or Blackpool, that's for sure. Let's remember Adam Warner that came here. He was one of the figureheads of university darts before he
100.
somewhat shockingly got a tour card.
Yeah, and his mates in the crowd thought they were at the varsity match where they stormed the stage afterwards.
You should know, you were on security detail that night.
57. Chris, you require 136.
Get it then, looking for some security here, a two-leg cushion.
60.
Not so just yet. He's made the next shot a bit more tricky than he wanted it to be. A little bit of anger there from Revy.
55.
With that second dart.
Christian
I
requires
think he's learning very
76.
fast that life in the fast lane here at the Modus Super Series is difficult. That was a risk.
58.
A calculated risk, but he's
Revelino,
found
you
himself on
require
double nine again.
151.
And the shot is off on the 151.
24. Christian require 18.
And can he find double nine again to keep up the pressure on Tom Sykes? Great
Shot on
dart.
the fourth flag, Chris Gilliland.
That is a very, very solid leg. And now that he's got that break of throw,
Fifth
he
flag,
can win
it's Christopher
4-1,
first.
which would inch him
Game
closer
on.
to Sykes. And if he wins this leg to get that 3-leg cushion, he would be within 13 legs and
61.
2 points. That's a great first round of action if you're Chris Gilliland.
You can see that Dubois is disappointed.
30.
I think he knows that this match really is his chance to get into the race for Group B. I think he thinks if he loses it, then he's pretty much out of that race, running out of matches, running out of possible points.
140.
You've been around darts in this sense just as long as I have, Murph, and some players are brutally honest about what they like and don't like.
97.
Revelino might be the kind of guy that craves to sleep well past the time where he has to get up on a Monday morning here in Portsmouth.
85.
He might revel in the fact, no pun intended, that playing a nighttime session will be more comfortable for him, and he might dearly want it.
60.
Jelle Klaassen was always very honest about the fact that he doesn't like playing early and he doesn't like playing in the cold.
Doing puns on Revelino's name, you just reminded me. Did you get your anagram? You set the challenge yesterday, didn't you, to
99.
the viewers to get an anagram from Revelino Dubois?
Well, they've got the rest of this session. If you want to get in touch with us on the YouTube live chat, by all means,
59. Christian require
give us
116.
anagrams of Revelino Dubois or one of the players from this group. This is now a match-winning shot.
76.
Bends the wire on it, but he will be back. He won't have to wait too long for a second match of the day, if indeed he does take this tops to win the match, because Burgoyne is waiting for him in game 4.
40.
Match start number 4.
35.
And it's the worst one of the
Revelino,
lot.
you require 75.
And Revy's still in this after that maximum. He's got 66 left. And now he's got 18. Double nine has had a lot of attention in this match.
66.
Yeah,
Christian
and it's been a
require
friend
5.
to Gilliland. It's been hit by him and missed by his opponent.
One.
Who can't cross the line.
Revelino, you require 9.
What is going on today? With the chasing pack, not giving up. And
Game
double
shot on
two
the fifth
takes us
flag,
further.
Revelino Dubois.
6 match darts missed by Gilliland. And when he found that treble 19 on the 116 effort, I think we all
Sixth
thought the
flag,
game
it's
was up.
Revelino to throw first.
Because at that
Game
point,
on.
Dubois was on 255. Just goes to show you should never give up. Should always ask the question.
58.
And we just don't know how costly missing those darts for the match at 3-1 up will be.
59.
We've seen groups and situations decided by leg difference and things even tighter than that. Even
100.
average in a group a couple of weeks ago.
did miss a lot of doubles yesterday, Revelini, as did many of the players in this group. And I've just been beavering away, Paul. I can tell you that a very apt
96
darts anagram can be made of his name. Double revision. And he might need a bit of that.
That's incredible.
123.
I've got to be honest, I don't think that's going to be topped.
I've seen some other ones that I don't think I can mention on air, so I'll tell you them
40.
in the next break.
Fair enough. Double revision is something that a lot of kids will be doing right now, or have been doing for their exams in their mid-teens. If you are doing that whilst having a cheeky look at the Modus Super Series, we wish you luck.
Yeah, if you do get caught, just tell him you're revising maths.
Richie require 82.
All right then, can he revise his doubling here? He'll get a go at tops if he hits a 17.
Game shot.
And there it
and the
is.
match.
Gilliland
Chris
wins it in the end. Dubois put up a fight, but Gilliland was too strong. And what could have been a day where he's just protecting Group B now becomes a day where he's chasing top of the table, because Sykes loses, Gilliland wins. Now it's over to Martin Adams to see if he can be part of that race. He takes on Bradley Roes after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and as we've talked about already this morning, the chasing pack have been given a bit of an olive branch, and Martin Adams is part of that chasing pack. If he can beat Bradley Roes, who is now at the bottom of the table, he will be only 4 points behind Tom Sykes at the top and 2 behind Chris Gilliland, who is now on 16 points. He has beaten Roes twice this week, but the man who turned 68 yesterday, he is donning his 3rd shirt of the week, and he'd like his 3rd victory against Bradley to get himself in the pack at the top. But this young man yesterday on social media saying that he is struggling with a slight issue with his wrist. His performance levels reflect someone who is not 100%, but I wonder what he's got in the tank today against the 3-time BDO world champion.
Yeah, during this match, maybe we'll get a look at his throwing action, Bradley Roes, because it'd be good for you to cast your eye over it and see if there is a bit, potentially too much snap in that wrist when he throws his darts.
I think if you look at the difference between these two, we might understand what's going on.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Especially if he's
Game
a
on.
big practicer, and I think he is quite a big practicer. It could be some form of repetitive strain injury.
Well, this is something that the health and fitness industry are starting to get behind. Because if you look at that wrist going through, look at it.
60.
There's a lot of flexion in there. And the health and fitness industry have cottoned on to something in the last 4 or 5 years. That when you're doing a lot of groundwork, especially in mixed martial arts, you must warm up the joints.
123.
The elbows, the knees, the ankles, and the wrists in particular, because they take a lot of strain. And if dart players don't do the same, RSI is inevitable.
60.
Yeah, well, the daddy of Dutch darts, Michael van Gerwen, he suffered with a carpal tunnel injury, didn't he? And that's basically from repetition. See that Adams,
140.
just less sort of movement in the wrist itself. Bradley's palm is pretty much facing the floor after he's released the dart.
Correct. Martin places the dart into its flight.
100.
Doesn't necessarily flex the wrist going forward when the dart is delivered. Notice how the index finger almost points at the board and he releases his hand out like a blossoming flower.
22.
You look at Van Gerwen, you look at Klaassen, you look at Huybrechts. They've all had wrist injuries. Pretty nasty ones too.
But he's making it work.
180.
And it maybe just does explain some of the Dutchman's demeanour yesterday. Although I think today we might
60.
see him
Bradley require
appear to have got out of a
101.
different side of his bed, because he'll be, I think, accepting of the fact he'll be in Group C for the rest of the week.
You're presuming that he does actually have more than one side of the bed to get out of, because when you go to some hotels, you don't have a
49.
choice.
Martin, you require 156.
And Martin's got the same problem as Chris Gilliland when it comes to
140.
trying to nick that top spot.
Bradley requires
He's even
52.
further behind in leg difference compared to Tom Sykes. Double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
if there was a
first
crowd
leg,
here,
Bradley Roes.
there wouldn't be boos, but it is Roes who takes the first leg of his day.
Second leg, it's
And he,
Martin
like
to throw first.
some other dart players, has
Game
got
on.
a skyline on the back of his shirt from Den Haag in the Netherlands. A bit like Ross Smith with Deal Castle on the back of his shirt, which I think is a nice touch.
43.
And there you see the home town.
You ever been there?
Can't say I have.
No, I've been to the Netherlands loads of times, but I've
60.
never been to The Hague.
Just trying to think of a pass through or anything on a train, but I can't remember. I've never stopped and looked around anyway.
It's not the biggest of countries. I've been to places like Breda
59.
and Haarlem, Hoofddorp, Amsterdam, Newland, Rosmalen, Maastricht. Never been to The Hague.
100.
It might be one of those places like Canberra in Australia. It's just full of politicians. So why would you go there?
Full of dart players as well. Remy van Barneveld, of course, famously from Den Haag.
95.
It is Den Haag, by the way. It's not Den Haag. That's getting the English pronunciation and the Dutch muddled up.
Yeah, The Hague or Den Haag. not Den Haag or The Hague.
140.
There can't be many capital cities in the world that start with the. Are there any more?
108.
And don't say the capital. That's getting out of things. But this
Bradley
game has
require
delivered 180s. We've got 3
121.
already. It's only leg 2. Well, there's the 1, but you can't finish 120 more with 2 darts.
76. Martin, you require 124.
He would dearly love to get this, but he's not going to. As for trying to predict
54.
things that are happening this morning,
Bradley, you require 45.
it's like trying to predict hurricanes back in 1987. Very, very hard. Double 16 for Roes. Once again. Has to go north.
Game
And
shot on
goes
the
in for
second
2-0.
leg. Bradley Roes. Third leg, it's Bradley to throw
A
first.
little bit of synchronised water drink in there as we go into leg
Game on.
3.
Well, we were talking yesterday about Bradley's demeanour and saying he should maybe take a leaf out of Martin Adams' book.
If you're going to learn from someone who's been doing this for 40 years. Because back in 1984, I am sure Martin was very competitive. A good 7 or 8 years before he'd even tried to win titles in the BDO. One thing's for sure about Martin at the minute, he is very astute when it comes to when he plays.
100.
He's made this place his home and the World Seniors as well. That's what he does now. He doesn't want to travel the world and gather ranking points anymore. He's done that. And I think
40.
everybody's got to have that realization in their career. It's a bit like the line from Moneyball, isn't it? The famous baseball movie. Everybody knows you're going to stop playing baseball at some point. You just don't know when it is.
59.
As long as Martin is competitive and willing, he has got a home here with us in Portsmouth.
80.
Well, we're in the early stages of today. It's a good chance to wish a very happy birthday to Scott Mitchell, the England captain, who celebrates
108.
his 54th birthday today. So many happy returns to Scott. And also, happy 49th birthday to Steve West, one of the winningest players here from Portsmouth.
100. Bradley
happy
require
returns.
102.
Bradley looking for a happy return here. 102 the target. Probably go bull with Adams not on a finish. Doesn't need to take it out, so he'll be happy enough to set it
62.
up. This is a decent display by Bradley so far.
When you compare this display with everything he's done this week, this is not far off
40.
the best that
Bradley
he's played.
require 40.
What a difference a day makes.
I thought you were going to crack into a song there. Double 10. He's been pretty good on the
30.
secondary double so far in this match, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, and he'll be ever so frustrated to have left double 5. Adams now huffing and puffing.
121.
Well, that was interesting. You don't often
Bradley
see Martin do
require
that.
10.
I would have put an awful lot of my poker chip collection on the fact that he was going to go for treble 19 with the last dart. However, it is double 4 for Bradley.
The first start wasn't comfortably in the
6.
single 2, as you can
Martin,
see there, as he
require
attempts the
92.
double. Adams likes the bull on this route. Oh, wow. Well, how much can he see? And that's why he's really hunted down the treble there, isn't it? Because he's thought, I've got no chance of hitting that bull.
Yeah, absolutely. He has had some magic darts in his career, but I think going for the treble 17 there was
76.
a calculated risk. It hasn't paid off.
Bradley, you require 4.
Double 2 for 3-0 against Wolfie.
No score.
And that's not going to work.
Martin, you require 16.
He does find his
Shot
way
on
to
the
2-1
third
down.
leg, Martin
That's a bit of a gift. Can he use it effectively?
4 flag. It's
I've got a
Martin to
movie
throw
trivia
first.
question for you, Murph.
Game on.
I won't know the answer, but try, mate.
What do you mean you won't know the answer? I haven't asked it yet. You ever seen Terminator 2?
No.
Get out. Well, this is for everybody at home.
81.
When Edward Furlong has been somewhat snatched by the Cyberdyne 101 Protector, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger,
97.
they decide to call John Connor's foster parents to see if they're okay. What is the name of the dog
55.
that John Connor has at that home?
Well, obviously I don't know, so I'll just have to have a guess, won't I?
60.
Why would Paul Nicholson ask that question? Maybe it's a darts theme.
Yes, because there are 2 names. The one name that the dog actually has, and the name that they give to try and
85.
fool the T1000. They do both have darts connotation.
Right, I'm totally confused. All right, a darts name, Max.
That's the actual name of the dog.
60.
What name do they give to try and fool the T1000 into thinking that they know that the foster parents are still alive?
Is it to do with someone on the stage right
Yes,
now?
it is.
81.
Is it Wolfie?
It's Wolfie. Hey, Jeanette, what's wrong with Wolfie? That's the line. But the dog's name was actually Max, so at that point they knew that
58.
Jeanette and the foster dad were dead. Good call on Max, by the way.
Oh, nearly said Bradley.
61.
And Martin sets up a shot that was made famous more around the time when Terminator 1 was released.
59.
Actually, a year before
Martin, you require
the first Terminator was released.
138.
Can he do it the same way? He can't terminate it. And Bradley Roes has got an outside chance of taking a 3-1 lead.
68. Bradley, you require 167.
Will Martin be back?
The standard of this game is very similar to the first one of the day between
123.
Sykes and Burgoyne.
Martin, you
And
require
we are none the wiser
70.
as to who the favourite is.
Problem is that for Roes, the standards dropped, hasn't it? Adams has been at this level for most of the match, but Bradley's standard here has
54.
really fallen. If he gets
Bradley,
this
you
leg,
require 44.
then he will be very, very relieved.
He's not going to go the Detroit route. But he is going to go for 8s again.
36.
And this time he can't find it.
Martin, you require 16.
Can Adams find it again? How about half of that?
12.
Both struggling on the doubles here.
Bradley, you require
Roes
8.
2 from 15. Adams 1 from 6. Inching ever closer.
Game shot on
And
the
finding his
fourth
way
leg.
to a 3-1
Bradley
lead
Roes.
somehow. And this could put pay to Adams' charge for the top spot.
Fifth flag. It's Bradley to
Because
throw
with 4
first.
games to go,
Game on.
the last thing he needs is a 6-point gap between himself and Sykes. Wednesday is all about the amount of games you got left. Let's not forget as well,
100.
he's trying to protect, at worst, that third position so he can be in the evening session tomorrow and on Friday.
100.
That really iconic release there from Adams, a full butterfly effect.
85.
Almost looks like a Stan Wawrinka backhand, doesn't it? Very graceful. Because I don't think anybody's ever had a better backhand than Stan Wawrinka. Must be something to do. You know, we were talking about the walking wounded.
26.
Novak Djokovic pulled out of the French Open yesterday as well. There must be something going around. Having said that, Novak's is a knee problem.
Well, butterfly, Martin Adams. He was butterfingers
57.
yesterday, wasn't he? Check out the social media. He threw a dart without throwing the dart. Didn't reach the board.
Still won the leg, didn't he?
41.
Very strange throw, because he did do the whole throwing motion, but the dart just kind of went a couple of feet. I remember, was it Rune David doing it at the
59.
Lakeside?
Good shout. It is a very intricate sport, predominantly played in the fingertips.
Well, one of the
45.
mistakes, and I know that you've shared this with me before because you obviously coach as well as play. One of the mistakes that most amateur players play is gripping the dart too tightly, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's meant to be a feather-like grip.
Yeah, you look at some of the grips that these players have, particularly Chris Gilliland. He's got
60.
more epithelials on the tungsten than anyone here this week. But that grip has got to be light. Otherwise, the integrity of the dart in flight is going to be
85.
completely shot.
Bradley require 140.
What a lovely first dart that is. And the second almost joined it.
Don't join it now.
100.
Perfectly left.
It's going to be all to play for in round two. Burgoyne against Gilliland next.
100.
And it could be in as little as
Bradley
one
require
dart from
40.
here.
Game
And
shot.
that's exactly
and
what
the
it
match,
is. Well,
Bradley Roes.
Bradley Roes shocks Martin Adams. We saw Burgoyne stun Tom Sykes earlier on. Gilliland is the big winner from the first round of fixtures. Bradley feeling better, more positive, and the outcome is a 4-1 win over Martin Adams. The next game, as Paul just mentioned, is between two of the winners from the first two matches as Burgoyne meets Gilliland. Stay with us.
It's been a strange old morning here in Portsmouth as Michael Burgoyne did beat Tom Sykes in the first game of the day, which was really good news for Chris Gilliland. Then he did himself a favour by beating Revelino Dubois in game 2. And he's just seen Martin Adams lose to Bradley Roes. So I'm not really sure how this morning could have gone better so far for Gilly from Northern Ireland. But the walking wounded of Group A, which sees the Burger boy obviously uncomfortable on his left side, constantly exercising that throwing arm. And apparently the walking wounded in Bradley Roes doesn't make any difference because they keep winning anyway. But now we turn our attention to see if Burgoyne can cause even more chaos. Because if he beats Chris Gilliland here, he'll make Tom Sykes very happy, that's for sure. We've got a change in the commentary box now. We can welcome Henry Deacon to Wednesday's play.
95.
Yeah, morning, Paul. Morning, everybody. And what an intriguing morning we've seen so far here at the Live Lounge. Michael Burgoyne could play the ultimate role of spoiler as far as this group
60.
is concerned, having already accounted for the scalp of Tom Sykes. He could take Chris Gilliland to the cleaners in this one. It would make things very interesting indeed, and it'd reassert the Yorkshireman's authority at the top of the Group A table. Just when we thought it was one-way traffic in the direction of Tom Sykes, as we've been proved wrong, as so many times it tends to be the case here at the Live Lounge.
Such a weird game sometimes, Henry, because we were talking earlier on how Tom Sykes has not even lost a leg against Burgoyne, and then he loses a match. Darts is very hard to predict. That's why we keep watching it. Oh, I'm not sure about that third dart.
Chris, you require 167.
Looking at the way he's calculated his way to the end of a leg this week, I think some of his approaches have been just a little off point, but this could be right on point. Oh, now that's what we're talking about.
Chris Gilliland.
Biggest finish of the week by a mile.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
127 from Sykes, and that was on Monday. Chris has bettered it by 40 points. My first big haymaker of the week, and there's only one way you can better
36.
that number. And that's if you get the fishing rod out. That'll be up to not only these guys over the next few games, but also the combatants
100.
from Group B and Group C. And when we go into tomorrow's play, we do make the quality better of that, there's no doubt. Because when you've got the likes of Martin Turner coming in,
100.
who's had a decent couple of years, Stevie Johnston, Jack Mail from Newcastle. But then Group B, you've got Andy Hamilton, Jamie Kelling and Justin Smith. You've got former weekly winners
100.
there and a former world finalist.
Well, you look at that Group C in particular, the players that come in, they've all got a point to prove. Stephen Johnson's been here a couple of times, heartbreakingly missed out on the final of both of those occasions.
40.
Jack Mail, good player from the North East, was put in a real tough group the last time he was here. Well, he lost out in a week where Conor Heenahan won, and he got through to Champions
45.
Night in the end. And Martin Turner, who's had so much success on the WDF circuit, but hasn't quite translated it to the degree he would have liked in this particular building.
And what could possibly go wrong in Group C from 1 o'clock
70.
tomorrow and on Friday when you've got myself in the commentary box with Jack coming down from Geordieland. Honestly, this place is going to be like a Wiedersehen pet, I promise you that. I promise you one thing as well. If Gilliland gets out of this group by winning it, he'll
Michael,
wonder how.
156.
It's steady from Burgoyne. At least he's on a 2-darter now. That's exactly what Gilliland has got to do from this position.
Now, I can't attest for yesterday because I wasn't here, but in comparison of today and Monday, Burgoyne looks so much more settled on that stage. Looks more at home. Double 18 for 96. This will be for the break back. But he can't find the double 9, and Gilliland's in position now to make it 2-0.
This is game 4, and double 9 has seen so much attention here today. That tells you one very, very apt thing. As Gilly goes 2-0 up.
Chris Gilliland.
There's only one reason why you'll see a lot of double 9 action. That's because everybody's missing double 18.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Well, that check out from Gilly, it's not just about 167s, is it? 64 and 2.
97.
He's not missed a double so far in this match. He's such a tidy player, isn't he? That technique,
85.
it's rather wonderful. I know he's recovering from a broken elbow, but if you look at the positions of his forearm, straight up 90 degrees,
100.
backwards, forwards, and if he keeps that line, it's that tiny little prod, back and through, lovely rhythm, lovely delivery, but the straight nature of that
100.
forearm, as we look at it from that camera angle, that's why he's so good, because he maintains that straight line throughout.
It's a type of action that any coach would be pleased to see.
99.
Absolutely. There's not a great deal can go wrong with it. You just got to make sure that you say hello to certain checkpoints when you do play.
55.
Make sure that rangy arm, that right arm, doesn't go out too straight. Keep it nice and relaxed.
100.
Because the moment something gets too rigid and too tensed, that's where mistakes will be made. And look at the body movement here as well. Minimal. That's exactly
54.
what you're looking for.
Michael, you require 105.
In terms of the scoring phase of this match, Michael's been the better player, but hasn't been able to finish off opportunities. But the 105
85.
could have been nailed if he found the tops, so he would have put himself back into the game at 2-1. But he is going to have 3 more opportunities at double 10 to half the arrears in this particular contest.
It's an interesting one for statisticians, isn't it?
57.
Burgoyne's
Michael, you
missed 3
require
darts
20.
to win legs so far.
Game shot on a third leg.
Now he's hit
Michael
1
Burgoyne.
from 4, but technically he's hit 2 doubles in this match.
Fourth flag, it's Chris to throw first.
This will be the decider
Game
between
on.
these two, possibly for the week. It will definitely be the decider in Group A because it's 1-1 from Monday and Tuesday.
140.
This is a game that got away from Chris yesterday. He can't afford to let that happen again if he harbours ambitions of winning the group.
58.
And it's nice to see Chris dressed as if he's ready for a campaign as an amateur qualifier at the UK Open.
That's the second jive of the morning on that shirt, so I'm not sure he's going to wear this shirt again. I said it looked like he was a postman.
125.
Well, he hopes he is a postman because he'd be hoping to deliver the W today.
I don't think he's Ian Poulter,
96.
who somewhat famously in 2010 at Celtic Manor said he will deliver a point, and then after that, he was given the nickname the Postman. But was he wrong?
140.
He wasn't wrong.
Had some good postmans in darts. Raymond van Barneveld, Joe Cullen, to name just a couple. But Gilliland here leaving 96 after 9.
93.
Potential 11 dart
Pressure
leg to move
required,
himself 3-1
96.
to the good.
Yeah, Dita Hedman works for the Postal Service as well, doesn't she? Has for years. Is it going to be a red letter shot?
80.
Well, he would have been licking his lips over that particular prospect. So, leaving a double
60.
after 12, and Burgoyne hasn't got
Pressure
anything by way
required,
of response
16.
in this particular leg. It's the first time that Burgoyne's been outscored in this match, and Gilliland looking to take full advantage by pinning the double 4.
Game shot on the
3-1
fourth
it is.
flag. Chris
Gilliland a
Gilliland.
leg away.
That's a beautiful dart from Chris. 3-1
Fifth
up,
flag,
and all of a
it's Michael
sudden,
to throw
Tom
first.
Sykes has got somebody in his
Game
rearview
on.
mirror. And I hasten to say, yet again, like I did in the first match that he played today against Dubois, he could really use a 4-1 win.
100.
Because if he gets it, he'll be on plus 14 and within 11 legs of Tom Sykes. It'll be game on with Sykes playing Adams next.
85.
Well, you're about to be really proud of me, Henry, because I've waited until around about 10 to 11 on Wednesday
85.
to bring up the fact that Michael's surname sounds like a sound effect. I say it every time Pete's here as well. If he hits a bull or a double in this match,
100.
we'll do it.
Yes, Paul, I'm incredibly proud of you.
96.
But he might not get another darter double in this match, and this match could be not for Burgoyne, but it could be Burgoyne.
Oh, Gilliland is hoping that it's in his hands, and you'll
81.
say that it is after that visit. He's first to finish, but Burgoyne can leave it much more handier from this particular position, and Handy's going to leave it. Has a check at the scoreboard.
121.
And that slip means that now he's on a free darter as opposed to a two darter, or even a single darter if he hit a max.
And that dart looked painful. Not a good sign for his day and his week.
55. Michael, you require 99.
Well, you're in the right place for a 99. He's not going to get tops again. Second time he's
59.
attempted it.
Chris, you require 100.
So Gilliland looking for the ton for a 4-1 win. Tops. You'd think so for the lie of the first dart. Oh, that's perfect. Another one of them. To finish
60.
with a fanfare, and it wasn't too
Michael,
far
you
away.
require 40.
Oh, that was a miss, wasn't it? Double 10 for Michael. And he finds
shot
double
on the fifth
5 with the
leg,
last dart. The
Michael
game
Burgoyne.
continues. That could have been the ideal win for Gilly, but now he's got to do all that hard work again,
Sixth
just
leg,
like the
it's
game
Chris to
against
throw
Dubois.
first. Game on.
And let's not forget about the consequences it could have as well in terms of the legs difference in a group that becomes congealed and tight. Every single leg absolutely matters.
45.
And that's a slip from Gilliland, just opening up the door to Burgoyne.
And like you said, Henry, his scoring has predominantly been better than that of Gilliland in this match.
126.
The averages tend to reflect that. And look at this. Really steady from Michael. 11 shots of 100 or more. You compare that to 10 of Gilly.
95.
It's a saying I like to use quite often, Paul. He's tunning Gilliland into submission.
Something that Alan Glazier
97.
did very well as a left-hander back in the 1970s and 1980s. That's why they called him the Ton Machine. One of the best darts nicknames of all time. I've actually got
60.
an Alan Glazier story. A famous darts manager in this sport was alongside James Wade, and they bumped into Alan Glazier. And
137.
this person said to James, well, this is the best left-hander of all time right here. And James just said, well, who's that then? Didn't know who Alan Glazier was. My word.
182. Michael, you require 141.
Number 19. With a left double 12. And so Gilliland for the match. I mean, it's not the worst miss if you're going to miss.
101.
This has worked out pretty well,
Chris, you
unless
require
Gilly takes the 1-2-1
121.
to couple that 1-6-7 from earlier. He could really use this, you know. Bullseye. It's not another
82.
bullseye. And
Michael, you require 40.
Burgoyne. Does he go and get it?
30.
He can't make the
Chris, you
bells go
require
off.
39.
And Gilliland has got options from here to get this valuable win. And 2 points to draw level with Tom Sykes. He hasn't got it.
Michael, you require 10.
And Burgoyne has got the opportunity to take this game to a last leg decided. You'd have
No
felt that
score.
this match deserved, but he straight into the
Chris, you
single 12,
require
bursting the
12.
score, and it's 12 points that Gilliland wants.
He's furious. Chris is not. And he
Shot.
does find
And the
double
match,
6,
Chris Gilliland.
which gets him level with Sykes on points for now, but he is still 12 legs behind in the leg difference, which will be a key factor. But now he goes back to the practice room after that 4-2 victory, knowing that if Tom Sykes loses to Adams next, he may just be in the driving seat. We'll wait and see what happens after game number 5. Thank you for joining us once again, and this match has got a certain ring to it, hasn't it? Because it is top against number 3 in the table. 6 points adrift is Martin Adams with 4 games to play. He's not out of it yet. However, if Tom Sykes wins this match and goes to 20, Adams cannot win the group. And Chris Gilliland, who has won his first 2 games of the day, is hoping that Adams does him a favour to peg one of Yorkshire's finest dart players back. This is a big game, and arguably, Henry Deacon, this is the biggest game of the group so far.
Because it has ramifications that are twofold, because, yes, of course, it helped Tom Sykes en route to glory in Group A, but it also helped ensure that Martin Adams will be playing Group B darts, or getting closer towards playing Group B darts on Thursday and Friday night. So it does have a twofold effect, this particular contest. And crucially, perhaps, as well, it's Adams who's going to have the darts in this particular match. As far as the opening games of the session goes, both players below par in their efforts. Tom Sykes missing 14 darts at a double in a 4-2 defeat to Michael Burgoyne, whilst Martin Adams lost out 4-1 to Bradley Roes in his opening game of the session. Perhaps an uncharacteristically below par performance, that from Tom Sykes in his opener.
Very much so. But if we may just take a little bit of a chill pill on that one. He did lose his first game yesterday, and his response after that was 81. Rather magnificent. He needs exactly that again. And he's won both of his games against Wolfie this week.
97.
Which will make him feel good about this challenge. But what we saw from Bradley Roes against Martin Adams as well, we have established a pattern with Bradley that he likes to play and win his
60.
first game of the week and the first game of the session. He will play against Dubois next
99.
in a battle of two players in the bottom three. And I assure you, these two are not thinking about that. They are firmly transfixed on what the possibilities could be with 2 points from this. And it's not about leg difference for Tom.
41.
It's just wins he needs. He's got the leg difference advantage. He needs more points than Gilliland and Adams, and the leg difference will take care of itself.
119.
But as you know all too well, things can just begin to slip away before you even know it. So Sykes is still going to keep the hand on the pump. And his first to finish in this first leg against the throw, leaving 89 after 12.
85.
Big
Tommy
recovery last
require
start that
89.
from Martin to leave himself on a finish. Decided not to go for the bullseye, hit the
Game
triple,
shot
then
on
found the
first
double
leg.
to break
Tom
the Adams
Sykes.
throw. And Sykes is a leg to the good. He gambled, but gambled correctly.
There was
Second leg.
a facial
Tom to throw
expression when that
first.
double eight was hit,
Game
as if
on.
to say, no more Mr. Nice Guy. He's got his game face back on.
108.
He is in his big bad mood, is Tom Sykes.
Let's face
60.
facts. If Sykes wins his games, he's going to be through. Even though he's got Gilliland in game 14 in the
96.
final round today, if his leg difference is so good compared to that of Chris, he'll already be through. Gilliland can be 2 points behind Sykes going into the last round, as long as the leg difference
140.
is bridged a little bit. But if Sykes goes bananas, or just maintains a really good gap between himself and the
105.
Northern Irishman, there is nothing that Chris can do about it. He needs favours. And he needs them from Adams, he needs them from Dubois, and he needs them from Roes.
45. Tommy require
Well,
120.
we've seen Sykes do it this week. He did it with the two bullseyes, didn't he? But he hitting the single five of the first night is going to help his cause, and decides because the triple 20 bed was blocked, he's just going to go for the bullseye anyway and find it. And the first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice.
46, one of those numbers that tells you where you'd rather leave yourself after a single. If someone doesn't know their favourite double,
95.
give them a number
Tommy
like this
require
and
46.
let's see what they do. So obviously, Tom prefers double 16 over tops. Case
Shot on a
closed and
second
leg
leg,
closed.
Tom Sykes.
Going at 15 darts a leg, 100.2 the average after the first
Third
couple.
leg. It's Martin
And he
to
has
throw
Martin
first.
Adams exactly where he
Game
wants
on.
him.
Only person to register a three-figure average this week. And Tom's done it twice. Yesterday, when he beat Michael Burgoyne by 4 legs to 0, he did, in fact, average 100.2.
81.
But that 109.31 against Dubois yesterday, that game did not take long. Great scoring,
60.
excellent doubling. Had a ton plus check out as well. He had 3 maximums in that game. That was the kind of thing that he can do. He's not the full article yet. I think he would admit
50.
that. He's still got things to polish in his arsenal. But the ingredients are there.
59.
It's just about sequencing and getting everything in order. And that's what experience does. Give him 2 more years. I think Tom Sykes could be one of the best players in the world.
85.
Big claim that by Paul Nicholson, but he is he's simming up like a Yorkshire hot pot, and he is in a hot spot as far as
80.
this game and this group is concerned.
Do you know what they put in a Yorkshire hot pot? Lamb. And he wants all of his opponents today to be lambs to the slaughter.
60.
He's got his family here this week, again, like he always does when he plays a full week.
56.
They might be making plans for tomorrow and Friday. And part of those plans, according to Tom, if he wins the group, is practice.
If he does make it through, look forward
100.
to seeing his dad here on Saturday evening, because he is quite the character. He kind of stole the show when Tom won his week in
100.
Series
Martin,
6.
you require 125.
Adams looking to steal the show as far as this leg is concerned. Strays wide with the 25, and so it's going to allow Sykes the opportunity on 1-4-6 to move 3-0 to the good.
85. Tom, you require 146.
Well, this would hurt the Wolf, wouldn't it? But Adams is going to get his first go at a double in this match. Hasn't had a dart at the outer ring to win a leg
Martin,
as
you
of yet.
require 40.
That's going to change here. Can the scoreline change here?
Double 10.
30.
The scoreline might change
Tom,
in a
you
way that
require
Martin doesn't
89.
like.
Well, he's already had an 89 in this match as Tom Sykes. He's looking to rinse and repeat. Last time, he decided to go against the bullseye grain.
84.
Hit the treble to leave double 5,
Martin, you require
dipping below.
10.
And Adams is back for that particular target.
We're into visit number 8. And that is a wicked deflection.
8.
So many times he's seen that dart
Tom,
just
you
caress its
require
way into the
5.
double 5 on a shot like that. But not this time. As Sykes scores for 2s.
Game shot on the
2s
third
never
leg.
lose,
Tom
apparently.
Sykes.
And he doesn't lose leg 3. So far, so very, very good for Sykes.
Fourth flag. It's Tom to throw
And
first.
did you just see the reaction
Game
of
on.
Sykes as well? He wasn't overly pleased that the matter of the leg was won, but he was happy that he won the leg. And he knows now, having got the double break on Adams, that he's got the darts here to get the job done. And that's some way to go about
140.
starting.
Don't know if you noticed on dart 3 there that Sykes was just out of position when he threw it. I don't know whether he just felt as if
60.
the dart was going to come out of his hand just a little late and his body reacted to it. But one thing you'll find with elite players
100.
is that they throw dart 3 the same as dart 2. Dart 1 is always different to the other ones because it involves the pre-throw routine, it involves the walk-up, just like you're seeing from Tom right there. But dart 2, in position and throwing, is the same as dart 3.
91.
So treat it that way. Do not throw dart 3 out of position. If you continue to do it, that will become your weakest shot of the 3.
100.
Well, he's got
Tom, you
6
require
darts to get the job done.
170.
And he's going to need the full quota to complete the match, complete the win, to move himself on
58.
to 20 points in the group and to again put Chris Gilliland on notice.
Well, Gilly doesn't play again until game 8.
95.
Sykes doesn't play again
Tom, you
until
require
game 9.
112.
Sykes doesn't want to throw any more than 2 darts left in this match, but he's going to have to.
56. Martin, you require
He's made a bit of a meal of this
106.
shot, hasn't he, in leg 4? He's got 114 points and 6 darts. Adams
Yeah,
gets
shot
a
on the
little bit
fourth
more than
flag.
that. That's his
Martin
first
Adams.
Tom Plus checkout of the day. And it just halts
Fifth
Sykes in
flag,
his
it's
tracks,
Martin to throw
who had
first.
170 and
Game
6
on.
darts for it and didn't get a dart at a double.
And importantly as well, that was a break for Adams. If he holds here, then it's back to 3-2, and suddenly Sykes serving for it again, but serving for it under
121.
more tangible pressure. And a good recovery following dart 1 for Martin. But Sykes
108.
putting his foot down straight away in leg 5.
I do get the feeling that Sykes, based on behaviours that we've seen in the past and this week, when somebody tests him or something happens that he doesn't like, his response is usually brilliant.
100.
We've had a question in our live chat, by the way, and don't be afraid to throw a few questions our way throughout the session.
125.
Why do we play darts so early? Well, why do they have football matches at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Why do they have football matches in America on Thursdays and Mondays? Scheduling. It is for the purpose of broadcasters, and what we're trying to do with the Modus Super Series in Group A is to make sure that you can watch darts at a different time.
140.
Well, the 140 isn't going to go for Adams, and so Sykes is going to come back for the 96 to get the job done. Not just another win, but another heavy victory, which will further condemn Chris Gilliland.
96.
Can he get past it? Well,
92.
okay. He's left himself on twos again.
112.
I said that twos never lose. Does he even get a look at it? Adams is going to try and scooch past that and does such a wonderful job. Don't look, Tom.
96.
Now you can't.
Tom, you
and now he's looking at double two for 2 crucial points. He'll put him on to 20. And he'll continue to extend his ascendancy at the top of the group. That just about found its way in. I'll go and recover it quickly, Tom. That was precarious in the boards. But there's nothing precarious about Tom Sykes' position at the top of the group. A 4-1 victory against Martin Adams, which means he's now on to 20. Continues to force the hand of Chris Gilliland. And coming up after the break, we're going to see the 2 Dutch players, the 2 ADC European qualifiers, go toe-to-toe as Revelino Dubois takes on Bradley Roes.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Sykes and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Sykes got the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. That puts him on to 20 points in Group A and puts himself in a very good position to become the first player to progress through to a Saturday night in Series A. Next up for us, Bradley Roes and Revelino Dubois go toe-to-toe on the stage. The 2 Dutch ADT European stars clashing it out on the hockey here in Portsmouth. Bradley, of course, has already won a week here at the Live Lounge. If he's going to do it again, he's probably going to have to do it through Group C. Whilst Revelino Dubois, because of that defeat for Martin Adams before the break, has just got a little bit of an opening in that race for Thursday and Friday night darts. But he's going to have to win this one. You get the sense he's going to have to be close to perfect from here on in if he's going to achieve that particular feat.
Game on.
First things first for Bradley Roes. Win your second game of the day, or indeed win another game after your first. Because
60.
the last couple of days he's won his first game, and the rest of the day has not been as good. But you make a good point, Henry, because with Adams losing his first couple of games, he has opened the door slightly ajar
100.
for the likes of Roes and Dubois to possibly nick that third spot if he has a bad day.
43.
At the minute, Revelino is in the chasing pack for that third spot, but what they really want to happen is for Adams to lose every game he has on Wednesday, and then somebody
60.
can just pinch it at the end. Adams' last match in game 13 today is against this young man.
58.
That could be an eliminator for Group B. And the loser might go to Group C. But before then, you've got to make sure that you do your job.
60.
And that's winning matches.
Well, Bradley's playing through the pain barrier this week. Posted onto his social media
40.
accounts following yesterday's play that he was struggling with an issue.
$60.
I wonder what he's done overnight to assist his wrist. Because if I may get on my soapbox for a second, there are far too many dart players who have these
60.
little injuries or pains and they don't do anything about them. They just think, it'll be fine. I'll just keep going. I've got something in my
81.
freezer. It's a somewhat sinister way to start a sentence.
Hopefully not a dead body.
43. Bradley require 100.
I think you went a bit too far there, Henry. I've got a thing in my freezer which is something you can use to freeze and put around your wrist to reduce swelling. I've had it ever since
60.
I had problems with my right wrist. So I can sympathise with Bradley Roes on how he feels. But that's something that is constantly in my freezer in case those
100.
wrist aches come back.
Bradley require 80.
That is something he could have sourced overnight to try and take some of the pain and discomfort away. I really hope he did.
Well, Bradley's one of those players that is very mature for his age when it comes to preparing about the game. Well, this could be a little bit awkward.
Game
But it's
shot on
not for
first
Bradley. He
leg.
gets the break, he
Bradley
leads
Roes.
1-0. The lie, the first two darts. Could have been a little bit awkward for him, but turned out not to be the case.
Second leg. It's Bradley to
As a
throw
player who's
first.
played through the
Game on.
pain barrier in your career, how difficult is it when you're nursing stuff that just keeps itching away at you?
Horrible. Think about it this way.
96.
If you're in a football team in the Premier League and you get injured, I'm going to use the example of Sven Botman. Great centre-back for Newcastle the last couple of years. Couple of bad injuries this year. What happened to his wages?
81.
He still got paid, but a lesser amount, even though he didn't play. What happens with a dart player when they're injured and they can't play? Nothing. Ask Kim Huybrechts at the minute, who can't
40.
play. Ask Steve West over the last few months how much money's he made from darts. Nothing, because he's been under the knife. Why do people in darts persevere with injuries? Because if
60.
they don't play, they're not going to get anything.
Well, this is the thing with darts, and most self-sports, tennis, for example, they're all self-employed.
60.
And so, a bit like anybody who's self-employed, if you don't turn up to work, then quite simply put, you don't get paid.
This sport's a little bit different to golf and tennis.
60.
I think the endorsement deals are a little bit different. Someone like Bradley, who's only 19,
58.
I'm sure he hasn't got a great deal of financial commitments, but you don't want to earn nothing. But what you have to do is nurse
100.
that problem well, because if you don't, it could have a lasting effect.
100.
It's been steady stuff so far. But these two, I think, have struggled to have that killer
60.
instinct against each other.
Bradley require 147.
Particularly yesterday, when they were getting distracted by trying to do no-look 180s and things like that. But this is better. He's left himself on double 16, which is not the worst miss in the world.
140.
It'd be a horrid miss if Revelino can find the 140, another one of them, and it's perfectly laid just underneath the treble wire, and so Roes is going to come back for 32
100.
for a 2-zip lead.
Bradley require 32.
That was not a good shot. That
Getting
was.
shot on his second leg, Bradley Roes.
Darts can be a weird game sometimes. You throw a dismal shot like that first one, and the next
Third
one
leg, it's
goes
Revelino
right
to throw
in.
first. Game on.
Revelino looks at one with himself,
100.
not just is he fighting a battle against Bradley, he's almost fighting a battle against himself.
Well, let's not forget that Bradley Roes has got a lot more Super Series experience, even though he's a slightly younger person.
80.
He's been here numerous times. He knows exactly how he's going to feel on a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday. This is a first week for Revelino, the only debutant this week.
81.
He might be thinking at this point, this is hard work. And it is.
140.
It's the games, the amount of thinking time, the reps you need to do in the practice room. What I can say from my perspective is
60.
that when you play day in, day out like this, it gives you headaches. It makes the rest that you get in between games
80.
and afterwards so important.
There's a point which can't be hidden any longer. How many bouncers has Bradley had, not just in this leg, but in this match so far?
140.
How many bounce outs or fallouts are people having as a result of moulded flights? If I may be brutally honest.
58.
I know the technology in the
Revelino, you
stem
require
joint
120.
is minimizing the amount of Robin Hoods, but at what cost?
59.
Molded flights
Bradley
are slightly
require
more rigid
143.
than foldables, and we are seeing more people get collisions where the dart doesn't even land in the board.
95.
I'd love to have some
Revelino,
stats
you
to prove that. I
require
don't have them
61.
at hand, but what we've seen over the last few weeks doesn't lie.
Tots or Dubois.
Game shot
In
on the
it goes.
third leg.
Back to
Revelino
2-1 we
Dubois.
go. But Bradley has the darts to re-establish that two-leg cushion here.
We've
Fourth
had an
flag,
interesting
it's Bradley to
discussion
throw
started in
first.
our live chat on
Game
YouTube,
on.
and don't be afraid to get involved in that. But in the middle part of this match, the question from one of our fans is, if Phil Taylor
140.
didn't exist, who would be the greatest player of all time?
Is that one of those, if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike type questions?
21.
There we go. Another one.
And they're both using very similar equipment here. See, that time it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
108.
But if the dart is delivered slightly off and it hits the flight first, it goes on the floor. And I think it's
140.
or accentuated is the right word, for Revy because of the way his dart's going slightly sideways. We will get back to that question, though.
145.
But we've been somewhat distracted by the fact that Bradley Roes is on a 10-dart leg.
25 first dart, though, and the two chose to the left on double 18.
100. Bradley
Superb
require
play
36.
from this young man for 10 dart to double 18. And he has got time on his side, time on his hands. And just when things were beginning to, looks as they were simmering down, Roes is simmering up. That's an
Game shot
11
on the fourth
darter,
flag,
thanks to two
Bradley
doubles.
Roes.
Okay, that's different. How many times can you say you've seen
Fifth
an 11-dart
leg,
leg
it's Revelino
with
to throw
double-double?
first. Game on.
I can't think of one ever.
I suppose the only time that would happen is in the World Grand
140.
Prix.
Good point. By the way, the answer to that question of who would be the greatest player of all time if Phil wasn't around is Michael van Gerwen. End of story. It's the amount of PDC titles, and it's not just world titles as well. I know that
60.
Raymond van Barneveld and Eric Bristow have got more world titles than Michael, but Michael, better standard, more PDC titles, a ridiculous amount of majors.
100.
That's my answer. Would you concur, or would you go in a different direction, Henry?
Well, if you're saying that Phil Taylor never existed, then there's a number of PDC titles. Well, big number of PDC titles that would have been won. And a lot of them would have been won by a certain Dennis Priestley. Probably would have been on at least 5 world titles if the power never existed.
And not to mention the fact that James Wade would have won a lot more as well.
You require 167.
I'm still going to stick with Michael.
45.
That's not a good turn from Revy. He needs to rev up.
Well, Bradley had a great leg in the last, but it's just gone a little bit quiet again in
Rivellino,
this.
You require 122.
And it's given Rivellino 6 starts and 1-2-2 to bring it back to 3-2. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to,
97.
but he decided to anyway. And he's going to come back for 25 upon his return.
This is his second game of the day, and we are approaching possibly the end of his second match, and he's only had 11 darts at double so far.
Rivellino, you
it's the
require
scoring
25.
department that's let him down. Double 10. The Michael Smith approach.
15.
That might be the last dart he throws in this match if Roes has got anything to do with it.
It's going to be a dart to the bullseye. That would have been some way to have won it as well for Bradley.
Rivellino,
But
you
Dubois
require
comes back
10.
for double 5. Remember, he had the ascendancy in this leg. But now he's scamping around at the northeast side of the board, but he cannot find a way through somehow.
Bradley,
Seriously.
You require 25.
He had 2 dream guides there, and he still couldn't find it. That was unfortunate. This is a difficult dart for Bradley Roes. He almost finds the top corner. He wasn't sure
Rivellino,
if
you
that was in.
require 10.
It was only our referee, Jack Garwood, that gave him the confirmation that it wasn't.
To keep this game going, double 1 is
Shot on
pinned
fifth
by
flag,
Rivellino.
Dubois.
And now Bradley's got the opportunity to serve this particular contest out. The 10 darter seemingly was in vain
Sixth
because it's been
flag,
cancelled
Bradley
out.
to throw first. Game on.
We were talking yesterday, Henry, about anagrams of names. Chris Murphy came up with a belter for Rivellino Dubois. Double revision.
140.
So far today, Rivellino has been 2 from 9 and is 2 from 9 again
140.
in an uncompleted game now.
96.
The conversation in our live chat has somewhat changed to best player not to have won the Worlds. Well, that's James Wade. Moving on.
140.
Yep, don't need to have a debate about that one.
He hasn't even made a final.
To be fair, it's a bit of a breeze as far as Wade's concerned in
95.
terms of best player to have never won a world title.
I think there could be other candidates for that in the next 10 years.
60. Bradley, you require 170.
Bradley is a candidate for the biggest finish of the lot. Would have been to win the match and to eclipse the 167 we saw from Chris
105.
Gilliland a couple of
Rivellino,
games
you
ago
require 161.
against Burgoyne.
$41. Bradley, you require 65.
For the match. And to stop Dubois' race for Group B darts, she sent. In it
Game
goes.
shot and the match,
And it's double
Bradley
bubble
Roes.
for Bradley on this Wednesday. He got the better of Martin Adams in match 1. He gets the better of Rivellino Dubois in this one by 4 legs to 2. Aiden and abetted by that 10 dart attempt, which turned out in the end to be an 11. 85.92 the average, 4 from 11 on the doubles. That's the tail of the tape from that one. That's the end of round 2. Coming up after the break, it's Michael Burgoyne up against Martin Adams.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg, Reece
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
On the second leg, Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
on the fourth leg,
just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg,
consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
It was Andreas Harrison that lifted the jackpot a couple of weeks ago in the Series 7 crown. And £25,000 to go with that as well. And we begin the race to see who's going to win Series 8. And we're 6 games down on this Wednesday morning session in Group A of Week 1. And before the break, Bradley Roes get a better Evelino Dubois by 4 legs to 2. But crucially, the race for top spot wins for Tom Sykes and Chris Gilliland. And this is how the table looks as a result. Tom Sykes, 20 points to his name. Chris Gilliland on 18 in behind. And it means there's only 2 players now that can mathematically win the group. Martin Adams has got a stranglehold on 3rd place on Evelino Dubois and Bradley Roes on 8 points respectively. And Martin Adams can pretty much rubber stamp it if he can get a better of Michael Burgoyne in our 7th match of the session. But there should be some word of warning as far as Burgoyne is concerned. He's already beaten Tom Sykes today. He was involved in a very good game against Chris Gilliland where he played well but missed opportunities at a doubles to get the better of the Irishman. It's our 7th match of the day, an intriguing one to boot, and for Adams an opportunity to pretty much, you sense and feel, rubber stamp that Group B spot.
That's the plan. So far today, nothing has gone to plan. He's lost 4-1
First
twice.
leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
We're playing 3 games in the first 7 means that Martin has been given the predominant amount of his shift in the first half.
140.
After this, he will play his penultimate game against Chris Gilliland, and then we'll have to wait until game 13 for that head-to-head with Dubois. Based on league position,
30.
This is Martin's best attempt at getting to 14 points with games to play. Because you do sense that
81.
Gilliland is going to be harder to stop than Michael Burgoyne. However, Michael did beat Tom Sykes in the first game of the day, so we can't discount him completely.
140.
I just wonder, as a player, as you mentioned, Adams playing 3 of the first 7. I would personally wouldn't mind that schedule because you're straight on, you're straight off. You're keeping your arm in, aren't you?
Yeah, game on, Game off, game on, game off, game on. That's exactly how things have gone for him over the last hour and a bit.
108.
It's not the worst prep for Group B either, which is where it looks like Martin Adams is going to be heading to. He piles in the match's first max.
100. Martin, you require 151.
Let's see if he can find this 151. It's a darting palindrome. If you don't know what a palindrome is, go back to
60.
school.
Michael, you require 80.
That's a bad first dart, but the second one is brilliant.
40. Martin, you require 91.
I know, Martin, it will be the bullseye that'll be the angle of attack with dart 1. Guaranteeing himself a dart no matter what, and that dart's going to be a double 16. Just
73.
goes off course, dips below into the
Michael,
double
you
7.
require 40.
So Burgoyne back up for tops to take out the first leg. He gave himself opportunities in his game against Chris
Game shot on the
Gilliland,
first leg,
but the difference
Michael
here
Burgoyne.
is he has taken it, and he leads 1-0 against the three-time world champ.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That was an interesting face there from Martin, wasn't it? But like turning up at the post office and realising there's a queue about a mile long. Oh, man, I've got parcels to send.
60.
The only thing he should be sending right now are those darts into the right beds. And unfortunately, at the end of that first leg, he found the wrong one.
96.
By the way, this is an anniversary from 13 years ago of when James Wade won the UK Open in Bolton. Just another one of those tournaments where people
80.
got rid of the other heavyweights and James swept up. Hence why we called him the janitor for a while.
Yeah, Phil Taylor had an early exit from that particular competition. Don't know who beat him, though.
Yeah, some wannabe in sunglasses.
Even had the temerity to wave him off the stage.
Yeah, 13 years ago yesterday.
59.
That was a particularly good day. I'll tell you what, if I was in Bill Murray's shoes in that famous movie,
81.
if I could pick one day to relive, that Saturday in Bolton would definitely be up there. That was fun.
Well, so talking about on this darting day. Happy birthday to our pal and commentator,
45.
Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Michael, you require 144.
You can add another candle to the cake. Many happy returns, Scotty.
44.
And Martin had candles on his cake yesterday. A few more than Scott. But he is not having a great deal of joy here today. As Burgoyne's got a really good
100.
opportunity here of getting a 2-0
Michael, you
lead.
require 100.
Tops. No, like the angle of attack with dart 1, so decided to stay with the treble.
60.
Now,
Martin, you
Adams is
require
being restricted to
157.
these types of opportunities in this game.
Now that Adams is not going to hit this, do we break out the sound effect for Michael hitting a double?
40.
I mean, you can if you want.
Let's see if he hits it.
Michael, you require 40. Game shot on the
Burgoyne.
second leg, Michael Burgoyne.
Nothing more to say, really. It just sounds
Third
like a
leg,
really
it's
good
Michael
sound
to throw
effect.
First. Game on.
And it does get him to a 2-0 advantage against the three-time Lakeside champion.
I do apologise for my
58.
co-commentator who's obviously spent the morning looking at 2011 iPhone sound effects.
I am from the snake generation, Henry. When games were 2D
60.
and every sound effect lives rent-free in your memory. When you picked up the ring on Sonic the Hedgehog, you know exactly what sound I'm talking about.
140.
When you hit somebody in Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, that's what I'm talking about.
I think that's an idea now for our social media team. We should have a Paul Nicholson game of sound effects, maybe on our TikTok
100.
channel or something.
Second idea in 2 days, because yesterday it was floated that I need to do some sort of blind burger testing.
95.
A la Gordon Ramsay.
Something like that. That would make for a really interesting TikTok, though. If you can identify the sound effect from the retro video game. Adams getting a maximum. That is
100.
his second of the contest.
161.
Currently averaging 86, but it's not good enough to get a leg yet. And he does run the risk now of being 3-0 down to what has been a very steady Michael Burgoyne. This is fast becoming his best performance of the week. If he can find more 18s.
He's playing at a very attainable level, is Burgoyne. It's just been
48.
Points a little bit too much for Martin,
24.
but he's going to come back for double 12, and it is for a break of throw as well. One left, Burgoyne lurking for 3-0 leads, and he is going to get his go.
Michael, you require 60.
This is not looking good for Martin. Michael goes for tops. He's found another double 10 for 3-0. This is a turn up for the books.
Well, the concern here for Adams is
it's Martin to throw first.
not just the fact that
Game on.
he's staring down the barrel of a third successive defeat, but he's only won a couple of legs for the day so far. Picked up just a solitary one against Bradley. Picked up just a solitary one against Tom.
123.
And that solitary leg against Sykes came as a courtesy of a 106 check.
I don't know whether you've seen this in our live chat, by the way, but people are just referring to Michael as Burger now. Forget about calling him Michael or Burgoyne. He's just known as Burger. And yesterday we were talking about the fact that burger in English means the fast food treat. But in German,
45.
said slightly differently, means citizen. It has 2 dots over the U, meaning it's Burger.
Well, it's fair to say Burger Boy has been mustered in this particular contest.
140.
Do you have mustard in your burger? You don't have tomato in it, which is wrong.
Tomato and mushrooms, they go into food hell.
60. Martin, you require 138.
Second tilt at a 138 today. Last time you couldn't get the 60, and it happens again. Oh, he doesn't have to go 60 here.
41.
Did anyway, and a lot of people would have looked at plan B there to go for the 18s to try and trim the 8 off the end.
140.
Ooh, that one hurt.
Martin, you require
Every now and again,
97.
he's just getting a little bit of what looks like, and I'm just speculating here, tennis elbow. That is not a nice thing to have in darts. I sincerely hope I'm wrong.
Well, Adam leaves himself on tops to bring it back to 3-1. Just to ask the question of Michael, a bit like what he did in his last game against
Martin, you require
Tom Sykes,
40.
found himself 3-0 down, pull one back, just ask the question somewhat. Should have made it 3-2 in that particular contest. But it's up for double 5 to save this one.
35.
Burgoyne's back for the match.
Michael, you require
That triple
74.
split from Martin gives Michael a chance to beat Wolfie by 4 legs to 0. Double top.
Game shot.
What a win that is for Burgoyne. He hasn't beaten Wolfie this week until now, and I assure you of this, that will mean an awful lot to Michael. He did some very good stuff in that game. He averaged 89 for a lot of it and didn't think he was going to win the 4th leg. The average came down by about 5 points, but the doubles were very, very tidy at 4 from 9, and Adams is in trouble. He could even lose his 3rd spot, but that's very much up to the chasing pack of Roes and Dubois. But it's Burgoyne who actually gets to 8 points with those guys after that 4-0 win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Michael Burgoyne got the better of Martin Adams by 4-0. And now, for Chris Gilliland, he enters must-not-lose territory against Bradley Roes, because a defeat in this particular contest would leave him stranded on 18 points and would then give Tom Sykes the opportunity against Revelino Dubois to move on to 22 points, and thereafter that, there'd only be 2 more rounds of fixtures left to play, and with Sykes' superior legs difference, it would be a huge mountain for Gilliland to climb from there. So a big contest for the Irishman, the Northern Irishman, against Bradley Roes, who, as far as today is concerned, 2 wins from 2, up the ante from match 1 and match 2 as well, put 10 points on his average from his opening win against Martin Adams to his second
58.
success against Revelino Dubois. But you sense he may have to go up 1 or 2 levels again if he's to get the better of Gilly.
78.
For the rest of this campaign in Group A, Gilly's got to be like that blue character from Finding Nemo, Dory. Just keep winning.
49.
Don't want to be swimming in here. There's no water. But just keep winning. If he wins his next 3, he will get to 24 points.
100.
That is a very, very good total. That means if Sykes only wins 2 more, he will get to 24 points. But that leg difference
24.
keeps jumping off the page.
And who knows, if he does keep winning, he may be like Nigel the Seagull from that particular film, and the group success will be mine.
115.
Okay, I'll give you trumps on knowing the name of the seagull. Well, you do like seagulls, don't you, Henry? Because you live in Portsmouth. Plenty of them down here. Dastardly things who keep nicking your chips.
95.
Yes. And worse.
What could be worse than a seagull nicking your chips?
Getting attacked by a seagull?
So you're trying to tell me that when
100.
your chips are stolen by a seagull in Portsmouth, they do so somewhat nicely? Oh, excuse me, Henry, can I have a chip, please? They don't just swoop in and take them.
45.
Boy, Mush taking those chips,
Bradley
innit?
require 108.
That sounds about right. 108 in 3 sounds about right. Slow start from Gilliland. And Bradley's on double 14.
80.
Now, if he's to go into Group C and his wrist feels just a little better over the next day or so, because we will start around 1 o'clock tomorrow, which is 25 hours from now.
Bradley required 28.
Who's to say he won't have one of those miraculous recoveries? Beware the wounded player.
No score.
Beware, Bradley, of
Christian
Gilliland
require
possibly coming back
130.
and costing this leg from you. 130 to make it 1-0 in his favour. And the thing for Chris is not just wins, it's wins by big margins. Double 5 for a big start. A big finish to begin.
125.
Not to be.
Bradley
So Roes is going to come back
28.
for 3 more at double 14 to take the opening leg with the break. And this time
Shot
he
on
makes
the
no
first
mistake.
leg, Bradley Roes.
By the way, did you see that footage from Switzerland over the weekend of Dave Chisnell's manager hitting a 130 checkout
Second
against
leg, it's
Connor
Bradley
Scott's
to throw
manager,
first.
Brian Wybrow?
Game on.
What a shot that was from Rog.
Yep, I think it's fair to say that the Weekly Darts Cast's Manager of the Year award has already been dished out.
59.
Expect tweet about certain player in 3, 2, 1. Hi, guys. Oh, hello. Hello, Chris.
108.
Welcome to Proceedings, man.
80. $81.
Do we dare to dream when he starts a leg with a max? Yeah, we do. 4 darts we will have to accept.
99.
And that leg difference at the minute between Sykes and Gilliland is 16 as it stands live.
100.
16 is too much. By the time they play in game 14, like I said earlier, and I'm going to keep reminding you guys of this, it must be 8 at worst. Because if he beats Sykes 4-0, he will get 4 legs and will deprive Sykes of 4. The swing can be 8 legs. But if it's more than 8,
24.
and Sykes has got 2 more points, it's all done and dusted. He's running out of time to get that leg difference closer. He has won 2 games today. He's won 4-2 twice. He could have won 4-1 twice, meaning that leg difference could have been closer.
77.
That puts extra pressure on shots like this.
60.
When you've got a chance, you've got to take it.
Tops. 14 darts at level we are, 1-1. And Chris is a very intelligent player, so he's all too aware of the situation in terms of legs difference, in terms of what he needs to do, in terms of results, not just wins, but margins of wins that he'll need to ascertain as well.
If we may just take a little bit of a sidebar from the Group A situation
32.
as it stands, what kind of chance do you give Northern Ireland at the PDC World Cup in 3 weeks? Because they've got Josh Rock as captain on debut, the recent winner of the Dutch Darts Championship,
60,
and the ever-present Brendan Dolan. What's to say that Northern Ireland won't have a great summer in the sport of darts?
I reckon quarterfinals.
108.
Rock, who, and I was actually, I mentioned this on social media a few weeks ago, is making ascertainable progress in his career.
97.
Okay, he had that burst through, didn't he, in year 1. There was parts of year 2 didn't quite go to plan. But look what he's doing this year. He is incrementally breaking through barriers. That European Tour success, the big one for him, edging closer towards that spot in the top 16 and beginning to look a danger again for events. I think it's going to be a very interesting World Cup.
140.
That's for sure.
Chris, you require 152.
I'll come back to that in a second, actually, because it's a really good point you just made.
$94.
And that's a really good point that Chris has made in that 54 to leave himself on 58 for a 2-1 lead. It's not as if Bradley's played badly in this leg. Not having the darts
60.
has cost him big.
Chris, you require 58.
Double top. And Gilly doesn't feel silly about that. That's a wonderful leg of darts. Another 14 from the Northern Irishman. And that point that you made about Josh Rock,
it's Bradley to throw
he's actually the 33rd player in PDC history to have won a Players' Championship and a European Tour event. Over the last
60.
couple of seasons, people have also done that. Littler's done it this year. Rob Cross accomplished that last year. Damon Heta did in 2022.
108.
But the one thing Chris Gilliland is accomplishing in this game is quality. 3rd maximum and playing better right now than he has all day.
Putting his best work in when it matters the most. Back-to-back 14s as well in there. And, well, there's a chasm between
100.
himself and Bradley in this match. The average difference, 16 points.
A different approach with the angle of attack as well.
100.
Bradley with very upright and Chris rather neutral. Very Terry Jenkins, this sort of angle. It's not lying down, it's just very straight.
100.
And to throw darts of that size and that weight with that longer point, with that smaller flight, it's a hard thing to do. It's not for everybody.
78. Christian
Well,
require
Gilliland's going to get first poke and a
121.
double in this particular leg. 1-2-1 left after 9. Another very solid leg from the Irishman. Misses the big number. And so now
81.
hopes that
Bradley
doesn't take the 1-2-9 out.
Well, that's not going to happen. And this could be an even better leg for Gilliland. He's made a mistake in this leg, but he can still get a 13 darter.
40.
He's playing super solid stuff. This would be for a hat-trick of 14s. Double 10. Goes.
On the fourth
No
leg.
dramas.
Chris Gilliland.
3-1 Gilliland. He gets the break and is now phoned for the match and phoned for a win, which would put him level with Tom Sykes at the top of the table in terms of points. But a big win will just eat in that little bit of an advantage that Sykes has in terms of legs difference. But he does play with Dubois next.
I'm almost afraid to ask this, Henry, but
97.
one word answer. Who wins the World Cup?
What if I wanted to say Northern Ireland?
Knew you weren't going to do it. Honestly, it may as well be
81.
July the 4th already with a general election next to me right here. Ask one question, just a country, that's all I want. And I get a statement. Who's winning it?
Wales.
Okay, so you're going to go for Gezi and Johnny to defend.
125.
Yes.
That's better. I've got a funny feeling about England this year.
100.
I'm still talking about the Darts World Cup. I'm not talking about the Euros.
Gonna say, if you watched that on Monday night, then you wouldn't have been convinced.
No, Jack Grealish was good when he got on the pitch, wasn't he? I'd have him on the plane.
How good was Eberechi Eze?
Yeah, but he was taken off just after half-time.
67.
There is no half-time in Group A. This is firmly the second half of play. And Gilliland does not want to be benched.
Although if Gareth Southgate is watching this, play
100.
Jared Brantwaite on Friday.
Good thinking from Gilly. Sets up a match-winning chance on 170, and why not? Because he's already got 167 shot to date. Although he does look like he's got something in his eye. Yeah, it's an eyeball.
100.
Gilliland
Richie
is
require 170.
eyeing up for the win here. And he could do it by nailing the fish. And it would have meant that every single note that he'd won in this game would have been in 15 or fewer.
96. Bradley require
Now hopes that Roes
120.
can't find a 15 of his own, because if he does, it'll be of a ton-topping checkout. Treble. The single is found. Tops.
100. Chris, you require
What a chance
74.
this is for Chris to get some of that leg difference back. He's had chances to win 4-1 twice today. This time he does it.
And the match, Chris
That
Gilliland.
could be crucial. And he sends the buck over to Tom Sykes once again as Chris equalises the man at the top on 20 points. But he's still 12 legs adrift. He's done an awful lot of good work there with a couple of 14-dart legs and a 92.5 average with 57% on the doubles. He is the form player of the day, but has he left it too late? We'll talk more about that when Sykes plays Dubois next. If you've come back to Portsmouth at the Modus Super Series for the end of round 3, you've come to the right place. Because this is the end of round 3, and a key match it is for the person at the top of the table. Tom Sykes on 20 points. With a win here, he can be ahead again on 22. 2 ahead of Gilliland, who keeps equalising his position here today. They will play each other in game 14. But it is entirely up to Tom to make that game completely irrelevant. If he keeps winning, he's going to be fine. And his leg difference is his plan B.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Revelino Dubois is one of 2 people today that haven't won yet. It is him and Adams who have failed to get
58.
a W. Sykes, 1 win from 2 matches played. Oh, what he would love
60.
to do right here to get a 3rd win against Revy.
And this will be a game that'll be played at a ravenous pace. Even if this game goes 4-3, it will be
43.
done in the blink of an eye. What do you think Revellino's learned from this week so far?
Modus Super Series is hard.
34.
It's amazing how many people come here for the first time and they say, this is harder than I thought.
100.
It is tough. I remember vividly when we used to play Championship League darts in 2010,
43.
2011. We'd play from 10:30 in the morning till about sometimes 8 at night, playing a ridiculous amount of games, and by the end of it, you would sleep
60.
like Tutankhamun. It would take everything from you, and these guys are no different, playing 5 best of 7 games. It saps you.
$140.
Which is why the players
Revelino, you require
are happy about the fact that there's
124.
no morning session tomorrow, that Group C starts at 1 p.m. Players tend to get in for about
56.
11 o'clock on
Tommy
a Thursday,
require
Friday morning.
100.
That's exactly what I say to myself on a Wednesday morning. Last early shift of the week.
60.
That's what the players will be saying
Revelino,
too, like you
require
just mentioned.
68.
What's even better is, I don't have to play on Thursday.
36.
But he has to play right now. He's just
Tommy
dodged a
require
bullet.
40.
And you were right, Henry. That leg has
Game
been
shot on
taken
first leg,
in 1
Tom
minute and
side.
47 seconds. One of the fastest legs of the week.
Second leg, it's Revelino
It
to
wasn't
throw
necessarily
first.
the
Game on.
quickest in terms of number of darts to get the leg one and done either.
100.
These two, in terms of pace, they'll suit each other down to the ground. And I think once Tom settles in, I think you'll see some good stuff from him in this match.
I couldn't agree more, because if you think about this as a canvas for Tom, who did he have his best game against?
100.
It was against Revy yesterday, and he went berserk.
96.
That's not a bad nickname for him, is it? There's no dart player in the world called Berserk.
That should be the nickname of Shane McGurk.
Or Dirk. That would have suited him down to the ground.
60.
Dirk Berserk Van Dyvenborder. Oh, Dirk, please just take it. But if Shane gets it first, you can't copy him.
60.
He's already got Arrow, though, hasn't he?
And he's got the pencil case to show it as well.
Arrow's a bit
105.
bit
Revelino, you
vanilla.
require 141.
Berserk's much better. It's got me laughing, that. Shane Berserk McGurk.
100.
Sounds like a fictional
Tommy require
Simpsons character.
140.
Stay and go. In a second. Oh, so close.
120. Revelino, you require 41.
Double 18, he loves that
Game
part
shot
of the
on a
board, and that is
second
why
leg, Revelino
1-1.
Dubois.
Do you know what Ned Flanders would say if he played darts?
Third leg, it's
I
Tom
feel like I
to
should
throw
know
first.
this one, but please tell me.
Game on.
He step up to the Oakley Dokley.
100.
I think we've already had this conversation, haven't we, on Monday? Revelino at the very famous Wonderino Arena in
60.
Kiel. I was speaking to someone the other day who didn't even know who Ned Flanders is. Shame on them.
119.
Looks calm. And the rhythm, so good.
108.
If you're going to revisit this game, Revellino, watch your rhythm in that throw. It was so perfect.
60.
No dart rushed, everything in position. This lad's got potential. I've said it all week.
89.
He's about as raw as a badly cooked steak on Hell's Kitchen. But boy, has he got ability.
55.
And if it's harnessed, he's got potential.
I hope he don't react to that raw steak like Gordon Ramsay does.
30.
Nobody's shouting. Everybody's nice and calm. And we're waiting to see if Tom is going to take that 2-1 lead.
99. Revellino,
He
you
might
require
not.
142.
The somewhat, not popular,
62.
but more used
Tom, you
route for
require
142
68.
these days. Using the 17s, but this is textbook stuff.
36.
But no full stop for
Revellino, you
Tom.
require 80.
And Dubois has been hanging around in this leg, and he's going to get his go at double 10. And that's a nice guide.
70.
But he cannot follow it, and so
Tom, you
Sykes
require 32.
gets his reprieve in leg 3.
Somebody give this lad a genie. That's
No
why.
score.
There was a fence up there.
Revellino, you
If
require
he'd hit that,
10.
that would have been a miracle.
Game shot
And
on
he's
the
2-1
third
down
leg.
as a result
Revellino,
of those
Dubois.
3 key misses.
And not just is he 2-1 down, he's 2-1 down and a breakdown in this contest. And
Fourth
suddenly
leg,
Chris
it's
Gilliland
Revellino
is
to throw first.
just drawing up a chair in the
Game
practice
on.
room with a little bit of intrigue.
Well, let's break down Tom's doubling today because he was 2 from 16 in his first game.
81.
4 from 7 when he beat Adams. That was much better. But here, he's already thrown 7 darts at a double and only
26.
hit the 1. Darts is all well and good when you're playing brilliantly and winning
96.
matches. You find out who you are when you're not winning.
59.
Revellino has to look at this right now and think, the player in front of me is giving all the distress signals. And this is maybe where we're
134.
going to learn a lot about him in these types of scenarios, Revellino. Sykes is going through the motions a little bit. Can Revellino take full
40.
advantage?
This is the point where if you're struggling to put something together, you've got to do what they do in
46.
basketball. Time out. You can take one on the stage. You can take 10 seconds.
97.
Just take a breath.
Revellino, you require
Just remind yourself of where you are and how you feel, and then start again. Because at the minute, Tom is playing
42.
like he's caught in a trap, and he can't get out.
100. Revellino, you require 102.
6 from here for Revellino for the 102.
46. 97.
Decent approach.
Revellino, you require
But if
56.
Dubois takes this, he's going to have multiple chances to get the win.
Game shot on a
And his
fourth
doubling
leg.
hasn't been
Revellino,
bad at all.
Dubois.
50% in the match for a 3-1 lead. No matter
Fifth
what
leg,
happens
it's Tom to throw
in
first.
this contest, Tom
Game on.
Sykes will remain at the top of the table. But this is his game in hand on Gilliland. If he doesn't win it,
140.
and if he loses heavily, Gilly's getting closer, and it makes
81.
round 4 today super interesting.
And it should be noted that Chris Gilliland's taken on one of the players who hasn't won a game yet today. That's Martin Adams.
100.
And Sykes has got Bradley Roes after the fact as well.
59.
If things don't go his way at the end of this game, and things go Gilly's way at the start of round 4, Sykes could be behind in the table for the first time in an eternity.
Well, the last time Tom Sykes
41.
was behind in this Group A scenario, Red Rum had won its last Grand National. That's how long ago it was.
100.
What's Red Rum backwards?
96.
I can't say Red Rum
Tommy
forwards, let alone
requires
backwards.
76.
It's murder. There could be murder on the dartboard if he's not careful.
56.
That's where it comes from. It's from The Shining.
98.
Red Rum.
Tommy required 20.
Never seen it, have you?
No.
Scary.
Game shot on a 5th leg.
That's a
Tom
scary good leg.
Sykes.
16 darter is better from Sykes. He could still get out of this game with a win.
6th leg. It's Revelino to throw
He's got to get the
first.
axe out.
Game on.
Got to put it through the door for him and say, here's Tom.
85.
Yeah, don't watch The Shining on your own in the dark. Not advisable. Jack Nicholson at his best.
100.
Well, who's going to put the hammer down on this game? Dubois leads 3-2, throwing for the match here. But Sykes just showing one or two
125.
signs. He's just beginning to get himself back into this contest.
This is it.
123.
Be happy with 2 treble visits. That's what I see it. Don't expect perfection. Chip away.
140.
Keep asking questions. He can get past that.
92.
Chose not to. But it's
Revelino, you
advantage
require
Dubois. He's got 6
151.
darts and 151 to put Sykes on the shelf.
111.
And has already had a match dart. Dubois leads tops after 12 to
93.
depose of Tom
Revelino, you
Sykes to
require 40.
make things very interesting in this Group A
Game shot
race.
and the
And
match.
Revelino Dubois
Dubois.
beats Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 2. And now the door is very much open for Chris Gilliland to take the spoils. Dubois, a decent performance, a good win for him. He gets a better with Tom Sykes, who got to a decent start, but it was a very slow middle, which ultimately made pay for him. Dubois, the winner by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Chris Gilliland and Martin Adams at the hockey. Gilliland with the opportunity to go top of the table.
Welcome back to Wednesday, which at the early stages of the day we thought that maybe things could be a bit academic. However, things are very far from that now because Revelino Dubois has just dealt a very big blow to Tom Sykes and his chances of winning the group. However, he is still at the top, as you can see. 20 points between Gilliland and Sykes. Look at the leg difference, though. It's only 10 now. It used to be a lot more than that at the start of play. Gilliland is just inching closer to Sykes as the rounds go on, but with only 2 rounds to go, he's got to deal more damage to the Yorkshireman by beating Martin Adams, taking top spot for now, and then he'll have to wait a game where Burgoyne will take on Dubois, and then we will see Sykes against Roes. This is very interesting indeed. You can't give him a dart, Chris. He's already got 3. The bants on the stage. Well, just goes to show that these two very experienced players have shared time with each other at this place and beyond.
First leg, it's
and obviously
Martin
get on
to throw
great.
First. Game on.
And who doesn't get on with Martin Adams? He's a ledge.
Certified legend of the sport and one of the nice guys of the game as well is Wolfie.
95.
Has actually been in the Super Series commentary box on a Champions Week before, has Wolfie. And he had a cracking time. I don't think I've ever known anybody to laugh at my jokes as often as Martin Adams did.
44.
How much were you paying him?
Some may say he was laughing at me as opposed to what I was saying.
Well, one thing we have to address now, and we didn't at the end of the last game, it is the complexity of who takes Group B. Because Dubois, with that first win of the day, has now got to within 2 points of Wolfie.
140.
I said at the start of play and at the end of yesterday that we could see a situation where Sykes wins a group and you've got Gilliland and Adams going to B and the other 3 going to C.
140.
And it's all sorted by about game 6. Nothing is clear-cut at the minute, which makes for a very interesting final 2 rounds. If Adams loses again and Revelino beats Burgoyne next, there's a possibility that Revelino could be 3rd before the final round.
And do you remember when we said at the beginning of the week what would be success for Revelino? We said possibly getting into Group B and seeing what happened from there. Well, he could be on the cusp of achieving exactly that.
He could be the man to stop the darts fans from getting a contest that they would love to see. Hamilton versus Adams.
91.
It's got a bit of a ring to it,
Martin,
hasn't it?
you require 146.
But that might not happen. Just hasn't gone Adams' way today. He's the only player now who has not tasted a W.
24.
Hasn't had a great deal of darts at double.
126.
He's only had 20 darts at a double coming into round 4. That's not a lot, especially compared to yesterday.
Well, the 126 is going to be taken by
46.
Chris. What can Wolfie
Martin,
make
you
of the
require
122?
122.
Probably have to take it because you'd sense that Gilliland will get a dart at tots on the 80 to break the throat. And he's going to get that opportunity as the Northern Irishman, the Ginger Ninja.
39.
He could have used the bullseye with the last
Chris, you
start,
require 80.
but decided to persevere with the treble 18. Double 10. Pesky 5s.
75.
That's why it's pesky.
Martin, you require 83.
Nobody likes double 5. Not many people like double 9.
74.
Odd numbers.
Chris, you require 5.
Something that dart players hate. And they've both got one. Double 2. What a marker that is. Just bump it in.
Game shot.
Didn't even need the marker. 1-0
Gilliland.
to the man from Northern Ireland.
How big a break could that be for Chris
Second
Gilliland?
leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Adams, the woes of the first 3 games just seemingly continuing here. And it's something that we have spoken to Martin about. I spoke to him on Monday morning before a dart was thrown in anger. And the one thing that we know with Martin now is that his A game is still very much there, but it's the consistency of which he can bring that type of level out. And when he plays the 5 days, as he is this week of the
55.
Super Series, I think there's almost a expectation now that it's going to be a day where things really do click into place. But there may just be the day where things don't quite go to plan for him at the same time.
140.
You can play as many as 29 games here in a week. Nobody's gone through an entire 29-game spell without having some blips along the way.
60.
Do you know what the fear of odd numbers is? Cold.
I know the fear of 13 is trichodecaphobia.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. I'd not actually heard of the correct pronunciation of the fear of odd numbers. But apparently it is impar numerophobia. Easy for me to say. But it is a classified phobia. People don't like odd numbers.
78.
Well, the good news for Chris is he could move into an even-numbered lead. 2-0 if he could pin the 92. Double 16. And he could do it in 12, another even number.
76.
Just pulled a bit of a face on that first start. He didn't like it at all. We said that Martin has not won a game today. Well, Chris hasn't lost one. He hasn't run through the card this week.
Chris, you
he has come close.
16.
Won 4 games on Monday. Wins this one. He's already got 4 with a game to go.
Game shot on
and he's got 2 legs of the good. This is not good news for Tom Sykes. Perish the thought of a 4-0 win for Gilly.
Third leg.
That would get his overall leg difference
Game on.
to +20. However, if we think about this logically from this point,
125.
Sykes can qualify just by beating Bradley Roes. And it could well be a situation where he just
45.
needs a certain amount of legs come the last match. But it very much depends on what happens in this game and what Tom does against Roes.
125.
I've said it so many times. Darts is not predictable. Think about the amount of times you've thought to yourself, well, this is a foregone conclusion. Like when James Wade was 8-0 up in a Grand Slam final. You think, well, that's done. It obviously wasn't. Scott Waits went berserk after that.
You forget the other way around, Mervyn King against James Wade. Really?
40.
Many, many times people think they're home and hosed when they aren't. And that's what makes this sport so watchable.
It's not like other sports where you can, a bit like football where you can play for time, you can put the ball in the corner flag in the 90th minute when you're 2-0 up and defend a lead. Gilliland's got to physically get to 4.
That is such a good point. I guarantee you one thing, if
85.
Tom Sykes was given the ball right now, he'd go to the corner flag and just stay there. He doesn't have that luxury. Gilliland is playing a bit like Norman Whiteside, bearing down on him and hoping to 2-foot him on the ball and take the ball away from him.
Meanwhile, Martin Adams is hoping to be like Kylian Mbappe through midfield, looking to drive through a goal, but that single 7's almost like a misplaced pass out wide to the right-hand side.
46.
And so Gilliland back for 77 for the double break of throw and a 3-0 lead.
There's only one name you can utter for 77. John Part, 2003.
57.
But it's not 3-0.
Martin, you require 80.
And it might never be 3-0 in this match. Oh, it's a missed single. and it could well be
40.
3-0 still.
Chris, you require 20.
It's just not happening, is it, for Adams today? Everything he is trying, and he is trying, has just not come to fruition as of yet.
Game shot on
Gilliland
the third
gets the
leg.
double
Chris
break. He was
Gilliland.
3-0 to the good, and now has the darts to close out a 4-zip win.
Fourth flag. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Just keeps Tom Sykes honest.
I know we're sitting on the fence here. We don't have our favourites, but look at this.
60.
Gilliland in the live table is top. Sykes has not really been under pressure at the top of the table since Monday.
59.
This has got such an air of Man City as Arsenal. Not the season just gone, but the one before. Arsenal were top for an eternity, and then in the final 5 games, here comes City.
97.
And they nick it at the end.
Is it perhaps ironic somebody in Arsenal colours you're calling Manchester City right now?
Is that Arsenal red?
40.
I could see that being... I can see someone putting a knockoff Arsenal badge on that and trying to sell it for a tenner somewhere.
I think that's a bit more Leyton Orient.
One of
45.
I can't remember the exact number, but isn't there something like there's only 10 different last names of clubs in the Football League, and obviously Orient's the only one with the last name Orient in there. You got Stanley for Accrington.
55.
Spartans.
Spartans, but obviously they're outside the EFL. Kidderminster Harriers.
There's a couple of Albions.
Burton Albion, West Bromwich Albion, Port Vale.
Phil Taylor's team. Robbie Williams' team as well.
Indeed.
It's ever so strange.
100.
Plymouth Argyle.
Yeah, there's only one. Green Army.
Keenan Kay's beloved side.
You can't help yourself when you mention Plymouth Argyle.
140.
It's one of the best pieces of advertising I've ever seen from the king that is Paul Whitehouse. What a guy.
Alexandra. Okay, I'll stop.
You can go on forever about this.
100.
I might want to take that anorak off, Henry.
32.
Because it is time for Chris to win 4-0.
And the match.
Talk about an ideal result. He needed a victory. He now goes top of the table, but he has closed the leg difference gap to 6. It's all up to Tom Sykes, who plays against Bradley Roes in Game 12, to set up potentially what could be an eliminator for who wins the group and who doesn't. As far as the next game is concerned, Dubois against Burgoyne is a battle all about whether Revellino can make the top 3.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can
unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg,
consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the mate Chris Gilliland got the pedal Martin Adams by 4 legs nil to intensify the race for first place in Group A. And that's only the halfway point of the week because we're going to see 6 more players come into action in Groups B and C. Jamie Killing, Justin Smith and Andy Hamilton will be in action tomorrow night from 10, where tomorrow afternoon we'll watch Stephen Johnson, Martin Turner and Jack Mayle ply their trade on the Yoki. All the action live on the Super Series YouTube channel from 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. But there's still plenty to sort out as far as Group A is concerned. Chris Gilliland has now gone to the top of the table following that 4-0 win against Martin Adams before the break. This is a bit of a break from the top end. However, Revelino Dubois with a win here against Michael Burgoyne will put himself onto 12 points. It would mean that him and Adams will be level on points. And it would be advantage to the Dutchman in the race for Group B a little bit later on in the week.
First leg, it's Revelino to throw first. Game on.
I wasn't sure if
134.
even with a bad day, Adams was going to lose his spot in the top 3, but now he needs a favour from Burgoyne.
140.
A big favour, because you and I think, Henry, that Martin would definitely benefit from playing less games over the next couple of days.
51.
That Group C is not easy. Group B is not easy either, don't get me wrong. But if you like your darts
93.
loud and passionate, Stevie J's coming. Get your earplugs ready, because that guy is passionate with a capital P.
100.
We just get the sense of mine. It's a twofold thing. Yes, the qualification system works to an advantage for any player. However, it's the fact that he'll have more
100.
recovery time. Burgoyne's just left himself 168 by hitting a ton.
108.
And Revy's left himself on double 18. It's the best you can do from 216. Somebody is starting to play pretty well. After getting his first win of the day
Revelino, you require 36.
against Tom Sykes,
Game
he's
shot on
putting
the first
stuff
leg,
together.
Revelino Dubois.
And this is a nightmare scenario for Adams, but a dream scenario for Dubois.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Imagine how he's feeling right now on his debut week. He's been put up against Sykes and Adams and Gilliland, people with huge experience.
140.
But if he was to be put through to Group B, he'd be up against weekly winners.
134.
And Andy Hamilton.
I remember speaking to Revy first thing on Monday morning, just getting to know him a little
99.
bit better. And he said he was very, very nervous and he didn't quite know how things were going to go.
98.
He was a little bit disappointed after day one, but he cannot be disappointed about the way that Group A ends, even if he does finish 4th in proceedings, which you'd say now looks unlikely because
58.
Effectively he's only one win away from sealing the deal, because remember he does play Adams in their last game. You got that
102.
scenario where all 3 sides of the table are going to have different types of battles, different types of shootouts.
Let's not forget as well, when people come here as an ADC qualifier, whether it's Europe or domestic, Success is not guaranteed. People have come here, like Dennis van der Ende a few weeks ago,
46.
like Josh Carter. They
Michael, you
struggled
require
to get
146.
points. Revellino's got more points than both of those guys put together
134.
from their Group A campaign.
Revellino,
He's
you
done
require
really, really well,
121.
just like Michael has on that approach shot.
Joe 17 would have left the bull's eye, and so Burgoyne's going to come back for double
57.
six to
Michael, you require 12.
level this contest up at one apiece.
Game shot
That's a
on
beautiful
second
dart.
leg, Michael Burgoyne.
That first one was a little blocker in the bottom half of double six. So what did he do? Goes to the top half and
Third
gets
leg,
a very good
it's Revellino
shot.
to throw first.
Still
on.
exercising that left arm. He's going to Group C. It's not going to be an easier day tomorrow.
140.
It's going to be 5 games again for him. My advice is for someone who's got a little bit of
140.
elbow discomfort, get it in a bucket of ice.
$140.
In young person speak, Dubois is ready to cook right now.
78.
Did you notice that final follow through on the previous visit? That was a bit of a Jockey Wilson thrutch, wasn't it?
81.
There's a little bit of discomfort in the right shoulder come dart 3 again.
Do you know who Revellino, and I've been trying to wrap my brains about it all week, because of the angle the darts go in the board
80.
and because of the throw. Who
Revellino,
does
you
he
require
remind me of?
140.
Thibaut Tricot, the French player.
I can see where you're coming from.
60.
Maybe being influenced by his somewhat French surname.
Is Dubois going to give us some je ne sais quoi here?
140. Revellino, you
He's
require
averaging just
80.
under 102 here. And could move into a 2-1 lead. If he can pin tops, has to shuffle across. Because they do
Game shot
kick
on the
up,
third
it was just a
leg,
little bit
Revellino
awkward from that
Dubois.
angle, but then shuffled across, pinned it first time, 15 darter, 2-1 lead to the Dutchman.
Fourth flag, it's Michael to
He hasn't
throw
scared
first.
anything like this before.
Game on.
Not in the last couple of days, anyway. Best average came yesterday of 92.26.
125.
This is a step up from that. But look at Burgoyne's as well. It's not as if he is like a bad smell in the wind. He's sticking around.
43.
I wonder what Michael's favourite burger is.
140.
This is the kind of thing I think about.
But it has tomatoes in.
I bet it does, because he's normal.
Are you accusing me of not being normal?
140.
Only 1 billion people have tomatoes in their burgers, whether they're vegetarian or not, or vegan. People who don't have tomato in their burger,
58.
they're wrong. It's as simple as that.
Apparently I'm wrong.
You are. You are wrong.
81.
I'm not going to get into this again, Deacon.
However, I will have ketchup on it.
Doesn't make up for it.
84.
I do know a good friend of mine in Australia, actually, who used to go to McDonald's quite a lot on the road when we did the DPA circuit, and he would always order the same thing. My good friend Tony
99.
Crampton, who has not
Michael,
been
you
very well
require
recently, he's
94.
recently had surgery, he would always get bread patty and a ton of ketchup. Salad hasn't even said hello to anything close to that burger. Give him his dues, though. He did like mushroom
Revellino,
sauce,
you
which is
require
something you don't like.
138.
Anyway, Revellino's looking for the best 138 ever, but he's not going to get it.
Burgoyne's going to come back for
58.
52 to
Michael, you require
go up
52.
at 52. Triple 12 leaves double 8. Can he move it across? It was
36.
very awkward because it's sat
Revellino,
low
you
in the bed and his
require
darts
80.
kick up.
They couldn't square up. It's not going to be square this game because
Game shot
it's
on the full
3-1
flag,
Dubois. I've
Revellino
always been really
Dubois.
puzzled by that remark of things being squared up.
Fifth flag, it's
Yeah, it's a
Revellino
bit like my
to throw
sink at
first.
home. It's all
Game on.
round, this game. It's all about the dartboard being round and an all-round brilliant doubles performance from Revellino Dubois, 3 out of 3.
Well, as a football commentator, I can tell you why the phrase squared up is because if a game is squared up at 2-2, it means all is level. And of course, with a square, all sides are level. And that's why the saying all square comes about.
So why is it not all triangle then? Because you've got a triangle that's got 3 equal sides. It's called an equilateral triangle.
I think you're being isosceles.
Oh, okay, I'll give you that one.
44.
Pythagoras is rolling around in his grave right now thinking, what have you just done to my beautiful shapes?
57.
Isosceles. That could be word of the day. It's been made up. He's referring to an isosceles triangle, by the way. If you're
140.
not up with that one.
And if you didn't get that, best go back to school.
That reminds me of an old
100.
Stephen K. Amos joke. If you didn't get that remark, you should have stayed in school. Part of one of his best routines. Great comedian.
100.
Oh, that's a great dart, isn't it? Sets up a chance to win like 5, but Revellino will stick around and make things uncomfortable.
140.
Well, Burgoyne's averaging 91 in this match, but he just hasn't been given opportunities. It's a big chance. And it's a chance he's not going to take on the 160. But he's going to leave himself on a double. He's got a bit between his teeth.
75.
Dubois 75 to see the game through. Went double-double. Didn't find it. So Burgoyne to get one back into
Michael, you
get the break as well.
20.
He's been very good on that double 10.
Burgoyne.
My advice to him, and he doesn't have to take it, it's completely optional.
Sixth leg.
Leave yourself
Michael
on
to throw
tops and
first.
tens more instead
Game
of
on.
double 16 and double 8. It works better for you, Michael. Now, is he going to finish
43.
bottom of this group? I think, based on what I know about Michael,
41.
he's a bit of a student of the game, and he knows that he finished bottom of the 2 groups he played the last time he was here. His ambition from this position could be as simple as, I don't want to finish bottom again.
140.
And he's not out of this game by any means. If he wins 2 points,
140.
he could equalise Dubois on 10 and put Roes bottom with a game in hand against Sykes, which comes next.
30.
Goes without saying, this is possibly Michael's best day he's ever had here at the Live Lounge.
98.
Even if he hasn't got results, he's put in performances that have been very, very competitive.
Well, yesterday,
97.
he had 56 darts at a double and hit 9 of them. Coming into this match, he'd already hit 10.
100.
And he'd only thrown 34 darts at the outer ring or the bull. A marked improvement. And considering, from what we've seen,
57.
he's not 100% in the
Revellino,
arm
you
throwing
require
department.
122.
It's been better. Shots on. For the win. It's double 7.
108. Michael, you require 134.
Match start comes and goes. What can Burgoyne make of the 134? Nothing surmountable. And so Dubois to move himself into third position in the group above
94.
Martin Adams.
Revellino, you
With
require
still to
14.
play. Double 7.
Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Here we go then. 4 matches to go in Group A in the first week of Series 8. And Tom Sykes is not top at the minute. Any win right now against Bradley Roes, who is in 5th, will send him top with 1 game to go against Chris Gilliland. Things are getting very tense, not just in the top 2, but also in the next 2. Because it will be Dubois and Adams in the first game of the final round of play in the group to see who gets Group B. It's that simple. That is a shootout. But the complexities with Sykes and Gilliland, well, they're right in front of us. Perish the thought that if Sykes loses again for the 3rd time today, Gilliland is close to qualifying, but he would have to beat Sykes in the final match because of that superior leg difference. We'll get to that in good time.
But of course, Gilliland, a man who has already beaten Sykes this week, doing so in the first game of yesterday's action. As for Bradley, it's been a tried testing day.
140.
Okay, he's accumulated wins, but you can just tell that he's going through the pain barrier.
140.
For Tom Sykes, it may be more mental barrier that he may be going through right here, right now. We're going to see a massive test of that mental staying power over this
140.
next half hour or so, you sense.
This is why you play the game. There are some people who like to play because they want to dominate.
95.
But we play because we like the heat of battle. We like the grind. And right now, Tom is grinding.
60.
Might have to use the 19s to get to a finish here. Does 96. So very well. Keeping pace Bradley with Roes, who started very effectively.
65. Tommy require
25 leaves us off on a 2-tarter if the big fish doesn't go, and it's not going to go, and so he's back for what could be a potential 14-dart start to this match.
Bradley require 96.
And just to keep the mind of Tom Sykes whirling around. Stay with the triple. 88. It was a very 91. Good find with dart 2, and then the Tommy 3rd dart went astray.
51 tops.
How
important could that be? That's a 15-dart break. That's an elite break from Sykes.
Second leg, it's Tom
because he was chasing that entire leg, and one error from Bradley is completely magnified by that 110 checkout. That's what great players can do.
Say, isn't that what the greats do? When you're just up against it a little bit, when things ain't going your way, you just still manage to conjure up something. Sometimes you don't know where from, but
59.
it just happens.
I remember a situation at the 2011 European Championship. I was playing Phil Taylor, and we were just battling to and fro. It was constantly level. There was one shot in that game that I'll never forget. In fact, there's a few. from him, which were quite hurtful. But one in particular towards the end of the match. I'd left 47, and I thought, if you give me a shot at that, I'm going back in front at 8-7. And I thought to myself so strongly at the time,
55.
that if you let me get 8-7 up, I'm not losing this game. What did he take out? 1-2-9, 57, 60, double 6. And I just thought at the time,
60.
It's like he's poured a litre of salt in my glass of water. It was a horrible shot to feel. But that's exactly what dart players feel like
139.
when you find those rock'em sock'em shots.
And it has changed the game in his favour, there's no doubt about that, although Roes is looking to come back with a big score here. 1-4 leads him on a finish, but Sykes 1-6-7, he'll feel as if he's got 6 from here. May only need 3. And now hopes at the 1-4-2 is in the Bradley Roes wheelhouse.
Bradley require 142.
Let's just ignore the fact that Sykes could have left himself on 30 there had he hit the treble 20.
180.
But he needs another combination to deny
70.
Roes a second shot at double in this match. This time it's double 16.
Game shot on a
And it's another hurtful shot from Sykes.
Third leg.
It's really effective stuff.
First.
This is one of those games where Bradley Roes could easily have the better average, but he might not even get more than one dart at a double.
68.
When that first dart lands there, there's only one outcome, and that's a max.
108.
Typical FDM.
It's amazing how many times over the last 24 hours we've talked about the leg difference of Sykes being superior. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It genuinely might as well just wipe it. It means 0.
96.
All because of that loss he had to Dubois a little bit earlier on. And that's what you're seeing right now after 2.5 legs. This is a world-class game.
108.
A world-class response from Roes. It's over 140 being backed up by a Mac, leading himself on 113 after 9 to bring it back to 2-1. He's averaging 104 and he's only had one sniff at a double in this match. He's going to get another here at double 18.
95. Tommy require 160.
Not this time.
60. Bradley require 18.
Now, what do you want to do, Bradley? He's going to go for it. He's got to transcribe his way to double 4.
No
and
score.
for the second time in this match,
Tommy
he's thrown a bad
100.
third dart at a double and could invite Sykes in once again, who's got 85 with 2.
So to go treble 19 as opposed to treble
41.
15. And so Roes is
Bradley
back for
require
double 9.
18.
The plan of attack is to aim straight at it again. And then
shot
find
on
it
the
first
third
dart,
leg,
back to
Bradley
2-1.
Roes.
It just keeps Tom Sykes thinking.
Fourth flag. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what I think? They've got World Series darts tournaments in Australia and New Zealand in August. They should have taken Bradley Roes.
58.
Having said that, Australians like to eat the animal on their flag, so maybe not.
100.
What other country has a flag where they eat the animal on the flag? Ever had kangaroo? Probably don't even like tomatoes.
140.
Actually, I have had kangaroo once.
How?
There is a restaurant in this city that
41.
used to serve kangaroo on a stick.
You're starting to sound like Jeff Dunham here. Kangaroo on a stick.
Honestly, right?
88.
There's this place, and there's one in Southampton, there's one in Portsmouth, right? And basically, you order all at your sides and that, your rice and your chips and whatever, and then basically it's a Brazilian Portuguese type play, and basically then
60.
they'll bring all of your all of your meats around and, you know, all your turkeys, all of your beef, all of your pork, the turkey and cheese. Oh, that's a bit special.
So you went to a Brazilian restaurant to get kangaroo?
Yes, the long and short of it.
Yeah. The lesser-known fusion restaurant of Brazilian-Australian.
140.
Wonderful.
Tom, you require 110.
Just like a 110 again? We're ordering the same dish, Tom, but a different way.
Game shot on a 4
Delicious
flag.
for 3-1. This is going according to plan.
5th flag. It's Bradley
The
to
final
throw
round of
first.
games could have 2 shootout matches. It's looking that way. If Sykes gets one more leg,
100.
he will get to 22 points alongside Gilliland, and then that game in game 14 will be best of 7 legs to see who wins the group.
80.
And then by the time we get to Roes Burgoyne, everything will be sorted. That's what it's like right now. That leg difference column, just forget it. It's all about the points now.
59.
Sykes wins this game. Someone is not going to win this group on 22 points. That doesn't happen every week.
139.
And remember, there was a time very, very close to now, a few weeks back, somebody won Group A on 18.
108.
However, Bradley hits back in leg 5. But this guy
108.
oozes quality, oozes class. He's averaging 97.67, but it still feels as if he's got gears to go. He's hit 3 out of 3 on the doubles, a couple of ton plus checkouts, and it's on for 12 data.
90.
And he can pin the 102
Tom, you require 102.
to take it down to the final round. Bull or treble 14. Bull leads double 16.
70.
Roes was shaking his head, was nodding his head in the background,
72.
thinking it was going to go. He gets one last reprieve. This is tops.
32.
That's high. That's wild.
Tom,
and
you
Sykes
require
now.
32.
Sykes up. Double 16 to take us down to the final round.
He's going to try and get it around the wall.
Game shot and the match.
Bend
Tom
it like
Sykes.
Tom Sykes and get yourself to 22 points. So he has done his job in that match. It will be a shootout between Sykes and Gilliland in the penultimate match. It was a high-quality contest, and just when Sykes needed something extra special, he found it against the young Dutchman. Well, when we come back, it's going to be a round of shootouts. There are going to be 2 of them, but the first one between Dubois and Adams is going to be a shootout for Group B. Oh, that's so filthy. Adams gets a little bit more than that. That's his first Tough Plus checkout of the day.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we go down to the final round of matches to see who's going to win Group A and to see who's going to go into Group B. And it's fairly simple, no need for permutations. We've basically got knockout matches from here on in. Dubois against Adams is to see who gets Group B. It's Dubois who's in the box seat, but it doesn't matter. They're both on 12 points, so a win for whoever will see themselves in the night session. Dubois had a good day today. Adams, the opposite, yet to pick up points on Wednesday. And if he's looking to change that fact here.
Nobody likes to be pointless,
First leg, it's Revelino
especially
to throw
on a
first.
day that could
Game
rubber
on.
stamp a very long lie-in. Who doesn't like a lie-in? He has had a lot of purpose in his last couple of matches, has
57.
Dubois. Beating Sykes and beating Burgoyne by 4-2 both times. It has turned his day around. Because he lost 4-2 to Gilly at the start.
140.
Then he lost 4-2 to Bradley Roes. So, is it going to be 4-2 again?
58.
Remember, after this, we'll have the shootout to see who wins the group between Tom Sykes and Chris Gilliland.
Well, who do you fancy for that one at this stage?
140.
It's a pick-em game. But the quality of the darts has definitely improved as the day has gone on. The last couple of winning
27.
averages have been impressive. 95 and 92. Preceded by an 88 and an 83. So I think that's one of the reasons why this session has gone quicker today. The quality has been there and way less amounts of darts at double.
2.
Well, Adams suddenly turning it on in this leg. 2-140 is followed by Max, saving his best for last, perhaps.
140.
And this would be for the breaker throw, which he needs at some point in this contest.
Now, Wolves are more dangerous at night, aren't they? And they want to play at night.
25.
He's not on the board yet. The doubles today have not been brilliant. 1 from 6, 1 from 7, 0 from 7, and 0 from 1.
45.
They are the numbers
Martin, you
from
require
his
16.
games. They don't make for good reading. It's got to be better here in game 5 of the day.
Scratches around double 2, but
Martin Adams.
as we say all too often, 2s never lose, and Adams is one up with the break in hand.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And with a nickname like Wolfie, it begs the question, what kind of a wolf is he? I think in his early years he might have been a timber wolf. Nowadays, resembles more like an Arctic wolf.
100.
Ever seen an Arctic wolf on one of those nature programs? They're incredible animals.
96.
One of the hardest animals to actually capture as well. So let's revel in the fact that the Arctic wolf from Cambridgeshire, if that's a thing, is 1-0 up.
100. 58.
This is what the Modus Super Series gives you, isn't it? These exciting matches at the end of a group. But a game that has an age gap that is larger than my entire
137.
age. It's remarkable. Never fails to amaze me. 20 years of age against someone who is 68.
40. Martin,
Just
you
to put it in
require
perspective, Revelino
164.
Dubois was 3 years old when Martin Adams won his first world title.
So he won't remember it. This would be memorable.
139.
Very, very close to his biggest finish of the week by some distance. 121, his best in a 12-darter yesterday.
140. Martin, you require
And what was it we were
25.
saying early on about Martin that we're going to see some real highs from him and maybe some lows. This is very much in the high part. 2-0 up.
He's getting his rhythm right now. I don't know whether you've noticed this, Henry, but he's starting to just rock backwards and forwards
Third leg.
when he's in that set position a bit more. Instead of trying to speed up, he's gone back to a more methodical rhythm.
140.
15 darters sees him towards the halfway point. Remember, it's just a straight shootout. The winner will progress through to tomorrow night's action as opposed to the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday.
95.
Just take our eye off the game for a second. We've had an interesting question in our live chat on YouTube. And thank you to everybody who's been tuning in
57.
constantly today and the people who have been dipping in and out. I know you guys have got lives, but you can take us everywhere you go with your smart device. Don't forget that. But Victor has asked about the use of the dartboard as an
55.
escape, something that we talked about yesterday. I say this to a lot of young people. No matter what's going on in your life, if you want something to use
43.
to forget what's happening in your life, your dartboard is a great way to go. Get yourself into a nice quiet room with a dartboard, throw darts at it for a period of 20, 30 minutes. Honestly, it's very therapeutic. If you just take away the competitive side of it, because no matter what you throw at the dartboard, it will accept it.
There's a lot of players as well, particularly players in the pro system, that if they're struggling a little bit, then they'll go and they'll play at local
83.
competitions, just have that enjoyment factor, try and pick their form up there. It's something that Simon Whitlock's done over the course of his career. When he's had a little bit of a dip, he'll play locally, he'll get success there, enjoy his darts, play good darts, and it translates onto the big stage.
64.
I was at an event in the Netherlands recently and I saw Jeffrey de Graaf, who was eliminated from the tournament. He just put his earplugs back in, went back on the dartboard, just to try and forget the loss.
82.
Not the worst approach.
Martin, you require 100.
But the approach for the 147 will be very traditional from Martin here.
Was that the Swede Jeffrey de Graaf getting knocked out of the Dutch Darts Championship?
That is correct.
40.
Dubois 96 to get his
Rivellino,
first
you
leg
require
on the board
96.
in this contest. He likes double 18, and he's going to get a couple of cracks at it. 2 9s. This hasn't been as friendly.
78. Martin, you require 107.
Has to move. Does brilliantly. Double 18.
Game shot on the third leg.
If there were
Martin
fans in here right now, they'd be howling. At the minute, Martin Adams is finding the right things at the right times.
Fourth flag.
And he's got multiple chances of getting through to night action over the next couple of days. That really was a world-class 107.
Well, he's got 2 chances on the throw to get the job done. He's averaging 93.94, which is the equivalent of 16 darts each leg to move himself 3-0 to the good against Rivellino Dubois. However, that has just presented a little bit of an opening to the Dutchman, that slip of 55. And Rivellino will be disappointed in the fact that he's
60.
played so well all day, but in the one game that matters more than any other, he's just been found wanting.
Every time he looks up, he's getting bad news. Trust me, Revy. You want the first person to be on the end of a wolfing.
140.
He's been doing this to people for decades. Will move now. Because even when you hit the single 19 there, you've still got
46.
2 options to leave a finish. It just so happens that he wasn't able to do it, but he is still in the driving seat.
93.
What he would give for one more maximum right now. Wearing his 3rd different dart shirt of the week. I wonder which one he's got lined
60.
up for tomorrow. You'll have to join us to find out. But when is he going to play?
96. Martin, you require
Just
160.
continues to roll back the years, does Martin Adams. So I'm going to take out the 160. But just to put it into some perspective, Martin Adams made his World Championship debut back in 1994, a year where John Major was still Prime Minister, the year that the
38.
National Lottery conducted its first draw, a year where
112.
Manchester United won the League and Cup double. That's the longevity this man has had in the sport.
Double 16.
96.
This is a chance to
Martin,
win
you
his
require
way through to Group B.
122.
1994 saw John Part become a one-time world champion. He'd go on to win 2 more. Bullseye for Group B.
97.
He's had a dart for
Rivellino,
it.
you require 16.
Dubois comes back, knowing he has to take out the double 8. Otherwise, Adams is sat poised.
Game
Takes
shot
it
on
out.
full flag.
Keeps this game
Rivellino,
going.
Dubois.
Gets a break as well. And if he can hold here, he brings it back to 3-2. And then he severely does ask the question of Martin Adams on
Fifth
throw.
flag. It's Rivellino to throw first. Game on.
Do you know who got the biggest finish of the 1994 Lakeside? Because they used to have a prize for that, didn't they? Biggest finish, we get a bonus of something like £2,000.
140.
Do you remember who got it in 94? I know you weren't born before you say anything.
6 years before I was born.
Still had to squeeze it in, honestly.
I'm going to go Kev Painter. Did he play that World
No, I think he made his debut the year later.
140.
My memory serves me right. But the person in question was Dutch. Or still is Dutch.
Raymond van Barneveld?
Correctamundo, 170.
100.
Or am I thinking of a different year? I do remember the shot. I was convinced it was 1994.
81.
Yeah, it was that World Championship, of course, that was the other side of the split. It was the first BDO one after the PDC held their first, which Dennis Priestley held.
100.
That tournament saw 17 World Championship debutants. I think the year you're thinking of with Barneveld was 1993.
Yeah, the last one.
81.
Before split.
Rivellino, you require 161.
These could have been split had that bullseye been hit by Wolfie in leg 4. But there is a possibility
43.
that Revy could get back in this game.
£1,500 was the prize for the best checkout.
There's a lot of money back then. Especially to dart players who were putting their careers on the line.
137. Rivellino, you require 118.
To save the game, to keep us going a leg longer. And you get the sense he's going to have to take the 118 out. He's not going to. And so now he's in the lap of the wolf.
The chances are getting easier for Wolfie. It was 122 in the previous leg.
112.
Now,
Martin, you require 62.
it's half of what he had before. He had 1 dart previously to win Group B. Status, he's getting 1 more.
46.
And he knows that that was a
Rivellino,
bad
you
shot.
require 6.
We could be going to a 6th leg via 6 points.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
Well, why did he leave it in the
Rivellino,
first
Dubois.
place? Your guess is as good as mine, but it has worked.
So Martin Adams has a second opportunity
Sixth
to throw
flag.
for
It's
it.
Martin to throw first.
He mutters away to himself.
Game on.
That's the most focused and angry we've seen Martin all week because he does not want to be in C.
100.
Suddenly, who's going to be in B or C is kind of TBC at this present moment in time.
$140.
He's showing very good fighting spirit here as Revy. Not a bad game at all. He's only averaging 84, but Wolfie's had the better numbers the entire match and is still not safe.
100.
But he's doing that old school thing, isn't he? Ton again. Will we get another one after this? Constantly putting pressure on with 1 treble visit,
119.
forcing Revy to get 2, which he does twice.
This is very much up in the offing now. At 3-0, it looked like Adams was all but the victor, but that was a nasty pull.
26.
The one time he doesn't like that number 26 is when he gets it right there.
96.
5 big trebles in this leg from Dubois to leave 146 after 9. An excellent showing from the young man.
Shown a lot of character because it could have been so easy for him to have folded from 3-0 down. Wasn't playing at his best. Adams was beginning to march away with proceedings. He was averaging 16 darts a leg, was Wolfie, but Dubois has stuck in and will feel like he's got 6 to take us all the way, or has Adams got a 150 in the locker?
Do you remember that World Senior Championship where he took out loads of these in the opening round? He's not going to repeat that trick. But that 100 is not a gimme for Revy. If Adams can get really low here,
80.
There could still be a chance
you require
of him winning 4-2, but it's up to this man to see if he can take us all the way.
Tops to take us the distance. Double 10.
90.
Doesn't go. And Adams has now
got
70. A chance to get it done right here, right now, to save the turmoil of a last leg decider. It's going to be one. At double 16.
38.
And that is now a third opportunity that's been spurt.
1 dart to win 4-0. 1 dart to win 4-1. 1 dart to win 4-2. Does he get any to win 4-3? That's the question now. It's a 1-leg shootout with Dubois having the darts to see who gets
final leg.
Group
it's
B.
Revellino to throw first. Game on.
If there was a script for this game, it's been shredded.
And now Dubois really is cooking.
108.
Firing up the flame with a max for the first visit. And now Adams is in all sorts of trouble, in all sorts of turmoil.
Or is he? My word, look at this. Still very good. There are times to talk about other things and what people have done in the past and what they could do in the future. This is not that time. This is a pressure situation to see who's the best in a matter of 2 minutes.
We knew that when Revellino came in this week, we were going to learn a lot about him. It was going to be a fast-forward experience. In this game, we have learned so much about his temperament, his coolness, and how he doesn't buckle under pressure.
140.
He was 3-0 down to a 3-time world champion, and he's found 121 after 9. And when Adams left 299 and he was going 20s,
40. Revellino, you
he may
require
have thought,
121.
this kid has got me on the mat ready to tap.
For the comeback win, double 18 isn't found, but he's going to come back for 3 more.
But he's left double 9 again. Adams has got to leave a finish. And he's not going to leave a finish. Should have gone 19s with a second dart.
97.
And he's left a bogey number, so Revy can do whatever he wants.
Can split if he wants, but looks like he's going straight for it. And from 3-0 down, Revellino Dubois has reeled off 4 successive legs to get the better of Martin Adams 4-3. And it's going to be the Dutchman that's going to play Group B on Thursday and Friday night. It's been a real good week for that Dutchman, who really has shown some real good stuff on that stage. It just didn't quite happen on Wednesday for Martin Adams. Have had a win to his name, and he's going to have to go again in the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday respectively. Well, game 14 will decide who wins the group as Tom Sykes and Chris Gilliland go toe-to-toe.
That's what we're talking about.
Chris Gilliland.
Biggest finish of the week by a mile.
And that's awkward. It may well be ball. It is ball. Oh, that's spectacular. And he's got ball for
Tom
doing it as
Sykes.
well. Well, it comes down to this. Tom Sykes, Chris Gilliland in a straight shootout to see who the first player to progress through to a Saturday night final in Series 8 is going to be. It was a group that was in the palm of the hand of the Yorkshireman Tom Sykes. Well, not just at the beginning of the day, but throughout the course of the group, it's felt like, ever since he beat Chris Gilliland in the final game of Monday afternoon, it's always felt like he has had the ascendancy, but it's been left to slip. And now it's a straight shootout between him and the Northern Irishman, Chris Gilliland, who's just been so consistent over the course of the last 3 days. And I suppose it's that age-old question, Paul Nicholson, what wins out? Is it going to be the flair of Sykes or the consistency of Chris?
Game on.
We're about to find out. Tom's got the darts. We might just see the best from him
85.
in this scenario, but this is a situation that really shouldn't be happening. We as neutrals are very happy that it is, because it's quite an exciting scenario. Penultimate game of the group.
85.
Someone's going to get 2 days off. Someone is going to have to graft again from scratch. I know the Group A situations are quite
60.
marathon-like, but sometimes they really do come down to the best possible crescendos. And I think it's fair that it sometimes comes down to a shootout instead of it being
100.
on leg difference or legs won. It's just straight knockout.
I just wonder whether Tom Sykes... Oh, that's unlucky.
120.
As 160 came in, another one came out. But I just wonder whether Tom Sykes' big game experience, and he's played a lot of them recently, could just come to fruition in this game. Whereas for Chris, a fantastic player, but he's not as used to this scenario as Tom Sykes is.
108.
Now he gets 3 in the treble. He could prospectively get a 14 darter, having used 13 darts. Seen some odd legs today, odd in a good way.
85.
We've seen an 11 darter from
Tom, you
Bradley
require
Roes,
56.
who hit 2 doubles in there. That doesn't happen every day. Double top. There you
Shot
go,
on the first
great
leg,
start.
Tom Sykes.
Signal of intent in the red-headed derby.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw
First blood to Tom Sykes.
Game on.
And he did lay that statement out in leg 1. What can Gilliland do by way of response? He'll just be thinking, okay, yes, you've done that, but that's only on throw. Yes, Chris has to break at some point.
Well, they've both won a Group A situation before. But the time that Gilly did it, he comfortably won it.
$140.
This is why you play the game, though. This is like being thrown in game 12 of a county match.
96.
And it's 6-5 to your team. You win, your team wins. If you lose,
100.
it's a draw. And in this scenario, the draw is tantamount to having to go to another group to have another chance of making Saturday.
140.
Well, Tom
Chris, you require 161.
maybe didn't utilise the board to its full potential there. And has given Chris 6 darts from 161. How has that gone in? Seriously. Somebody call Richard Feynman and figure it out.
133.
But now the 80 is going to have to go because Sykes has left the double after 12, this time against throat. Gilliland could be in a spot of bother here if this 80 isn't taken. It's going to be a dart. Double top. Must get.
40.
Not got.
Tom,
Sykes is back for 2-0.
32.
Brilliant pressure on the 19s. And that had an assist.
Leg, Tom Sykes.
Oh, my word. 2 darts in that leg. One was fortunate for Gilly to give him the shot,
Third leg,
and one
it's Tom to
fortunate
throw
one for
first.
Sykes that has given him the leg.
Game on.
And how big games like this can hinge on a moment like that. Gilliland with one opportunity, not taken.
140.
Sykes, courtesy of a ricochet, is now halfway towards the victory post. And having got the break, he now has the chance to move 3-0 to the good.
76.
How often do we see it from great players where the pressure comes and they perform better? His own words.
60.
He believes that when the pressure's on, he plays better.
Well, the proof is in the pudding there. 103 the average, 50% on the doubles.
95.
And he literally cannot wait to get to the hockey. Because as soon as he's clear, he is there.
140.
And he's doing nothing wrong at the minute.
Gilliland averaging 94.73. He's playing okay in this game, but he just has no answer to the Tom Sykes onslaught.
100. Tommy require 161.
Wants to stay on the 20s.
97.
And effectively. Everything so far has been 5 visits. Visit 5 is coming up, and if it's successful,
60.
3-0
Tommy
up.
require 64.
Double 16.
32.
Not this time.
Chris, you require 170.
Can Gilliland improve on his best finish of the week?
You sense he has to. And he's not. And so Sykes is going to come back for double 16 to move 3-0 up.
78. Tommy require 32.
He has been messing around on the doubles a little bit over the last couple of days, but has been given extra time to take care of them.
No score. Chris,
He's just
you require
given
92.
Chris a bit of an invitation into the match. Can he RSVP? Yes. 81 with 2. It's just not happening.
40.
And you
Tommy
don't
require
expect Sykes
32.
to pass up a second invitation to the leg party.
Get
And he's not
shot
going
on
to
a
pass
third
it by.
leg.
3-0
Tom
he leads.
Sykes.
And now Tom Sykes is a leg away from Saturday night's final. Chris
Fourth
Gilliland
leg. It's Chris to throw first.
has got it all
Game
to
on.
do. He has to come back off the canvas if he is to seal his place.
$140. $41.
Many interesting comments in our live chat before this game even started. And if I may speak candidly and honestly, someone even called Tom a choker.
43.
Nah, not having it. And I mention that
100.
purely because I want Tom to hear that. Someone who has been brilliant at the Modus Super Series in the last year has won the Yorkshire Belt
98.
in the ADC, beating Chris Quantock, a former weekly winner here, I might add. Nah.
59.
You give him a gobstopper, he'd swallow it whole. He doesn't choke. However, he doesn't want to go through the same situation as Martin Adams in the previous match, losing from 3-0 up.
$60.
Funny how people react when they lose their 50 pence, isn't it?
Got to maintain focus,
Chris, you
though.
require 160.
Even at 3-0 up, you've got to be on point. Got to stay alert and focused. Gilliland will have the
60.
ability to play with freedom now, depending on his energy levels, because he's playing game 15 of the week, remember, just like Tom is. If he can take care of 100
96. Chris, you
and chip
require
away at Tom
100.
on his throw on the next leg, anything's possible.
He's taken the small steps. The time would have been a step in the right direction,
60.
and this would be some way
Tom, you require
for
150.
Tom Sykes to seal it.
$90.
Chris's job from here on out
Chris,
is
you
very,
require
very clear.
40.
Don't give him a shot at double.
Game shot on the
Very
full
good.
flag. Chris Gilliland.
Worst leg of the match so far, I suppose, but the best of the match so far for Chris.
Fifth flag. It's Tom to throw first.
Now it's got to be break,
on.
hold, break to squeeze through. He wasn't even supposed to be in this situation. We all thought he'd be cooked by
100.
round 2. It just so happens that this tough, rugged Northern Irishman has found his way to this point through playing really good darts and not losing today.
140.
It's all about incremental steps, and as you mentioned, chip away at Tom Sykes. But Tom knows this is the leg. This is the one chance he gets on throw without there being
97.
pressure, because he doesn't want to throw for it again, because if he's throwing for it again, we're going all the way to a last leg decider.
Regardless of who wins the match and the group, their
85.
thoughts are going to be fascinating.
$44.
Whether they know it or not, right now they're learning about where their game is at right now. That's all we can offer here at the Modus Super Series, apart from great prize money and great glory, but the opportunity to learn about yourself under pressure.
95.
We offer that every single day. Maybe somewhat heightened on Wednesdays and Fridays and Saturdays.
Great second dart. Great third dart when you consider the position of dart 1. And it now leaves him on a well-makeable finish to get the job done.
But, depending on the position of the first dart, this shot has become a calling card for Sykes. If he misses
54.
it low,
Tom,
on
you
the
require
20s, watch out for the
120.
centre of the board. He's going to stay up top.
60.
And so
Chris, you
far,
require
Gilliland has not
127.
afforded Sykes a match and qualifying dart. In order to keep that streak alive, he must find 17 in the bull, or the equivalent of 67 points. Bull.
Doesn't go.
102.
And so Tom Sykes, who in the
require
end has
60.
been made to work for it, now has his chance to win the group. Tops to get it done. Double 10.
50.
He's had 2 darts now
Chris,
to go
you
through.
require 25.
First dart at the single was a little low as well. Double 12 for the first of 2 breaks that he needs. He's changing position on 6s.
19.
Is that his last
Tom, you
chance?
require 10.
Double 5 for Tom Sykes. To eventually
shot.
get
And the
over the
match,
line.
Tom
And Tom
Sykes.
Sykes will return to Saturday night. He gets the better of Chris Gilliland by 4 legs to 1. And it's going to be the Yorkshireman who once again will head through to the Saturday night fold. The mop of the brow, because he knows he made hard work of it in the end. But eventually he's through. Eventually he's there. And that is how he did it. An average of 83.35, 4 for 15 on the doubles. He is deposed of Chris Gilliland by 4 legs to 1. And so we now know the running for the Thursday and Friday setup. Tom Sykes is going to be automatically through with Chris Gilliland and Revelino Dubois in Group B. Martin Adams, Michael Burgoyne and Bradley Roes are going to be in Group C. But we're going to dot the I's and cross the T's as Burgoyne takes on Roes after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are joined alongside Tom Sykes, who is the victor as far as Group A is concerned. But in the end, you made it a little bit hard work, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm barely the victor. I tried my hardest to give it away yet again, but I've not played anywhere near like I can today, but I've managed to scrape through, and that's all that matters.
Was there a point today where panic stations began to set in?
I wouldn't say panic stations. I knew I had to win maybe 2 or 3 to win it, but after beating Bradley, I knew I had to beat Chris to go through, and I was practicing hard in there after that Bradley's game, and I managed to scrape through in the end.
As you say, get through in that game against Chris, a knockout match. You're such an experienced campaigner here now at the Super Series. I've seen you win weeks, seen you get through to a final of the Champions Weeks. Has the experience that you've learnt over the last 6 months, does it now really come to fruition in matches like that?
Yeah, 100%. I'm an experienced campaigner in knockout matches now, because I always seem to somehow go miles in front and still manage to end up in a knockout game somehow. But yeah, I didn't play my best today, like I say, but I'm through, and that's all that matters.
What does that say about yourself in the fact that you haven't played at your best, but you're still finding ways of winning?
I have no idea. I honestly don't know how I've won 2 games today, because I've not been great at all. I did some good things today, but mostly not very. But we're 2 days off now, so I'll prepare for Saturday night.
Say back into Saturday night, and when you do get through to a Saturday, you tend to do very well. You either win it, or you get through to a final, or you win a belt here.
Yeah. I've not got a bad record on a Saturday night, and hopefully that'll continue. Hopefully the winning part, not the losing in a final, because I've lost in the last 2. But yeah, obviously the main aim's to win this now, and 2 days to prepare for it.
So what's the plan over the next couple of days? Enjoy a bit of the Portsmouth sunshine?
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, because it's not been great back home, so. Hopefully it stays sunny down here, and we can maybe catch a few rays.
Well, we look forward to seeing you on Saturday. We look forward to seeing Dad here on Saturday as well. He's going to be here, isn't he?
He'll be here, yeah, and my missus and my mum are coming down as well, so should be a good night.
Real good family occasion. Tom, thank you so much for your time. One more game for us to go on this Wednesday afternoon. It sees Michael Burgoyne and Bradley Roes go toe-to-toe, and I'm going to join Paul Nicholson in that commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. And congratulations go to Tom Sykes, who has found his way through to Saturday night once again, a place that he has called his own over the last 9 months or so. After failing to make Saturday night on debut, after that, he's made it every single time. So, we've had a shootout to see who goes into Group B. We've had a shootout to see who wins through to Saturday. How about we have a shootout to see who finishes bottom of the group? Because that's exactly what this is.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
And if you think that means nothing, think again, because this guy who has been in 2 previous group situations before at the Modus Super Series has finished bottom of both.
60.
If he is to win on throw in this match, it would mean progression at the expense of a Bradley Roes who has been better today.
63.
But there's been too many of those.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the reset mentality is going to be for Bradley when it comes to
81.
tomorrow, Friday. We know that he can come through a Group C situation and then have success on a Saturday night.
59.
I know that the Women's Week final on Saturday was very well attended, but we were somewhat competing with some rather large sporting events on Saturday night, weren't we, with the Champions League final and a certain 5 boxers against another 5 boxers in Saudi Arabia. But this Saturday night, you're guaranteed to see Tom Sykes on that hockey. And if you want to attend, by all means, get yourself onto dartshop.tv.
140.
Get yourself scanning that QR code with another smart device if you're watching on your smartphone. And for as little as £2 for a booking fee, you can get yourself
60.
onto London Road
Michael,
in the north end of Portsmouth and watch some world-class darts alongside myself and Henry. And will Michael Burgoyne be there, I wonder? It would mean an awful lot to him if he can.
Well, Burgoyne couldn't take out the 120. What can Roes make of the 139? Nothing surmountable. All about trying to apply as much pressure as possible
40.
On this double 10
Michael,
attempt
20.
to give Burgoyne the opening leg.
Gave shot on the first
He's been better in that
leg,
department
Michael
today, of
Burgoyne.
that there's no doubt. Yesterday, he had three
Second leg,
consecutive
it's Bradley
games
to throw first.
where he had
Game on.
13, 14 and 18 darts at double in individual matches. Today, 13 is the most he's had in a
60.
game. He's been more efficient, better scoring, and even though he's not made his way through to Group B or won the group, today has been
95.
better. Play a bit more like this tomorrow, and on Friday, he will have a chance of getting through that Group C situation.
100.
Both these players playing their darts courtesy of the ADC. Big couple of weeks coming up for the ADC in the UK in terms of qualifiers for the
119.
Modus Super Series. The Vault 7.0 UK finals days are coming up. Top 32 players in each region will play through in a qualifier to then
96.
play at the Super Series. That's happening on the weekend of the 22nd and 23rd of June. The winners of those qualifiers will
58.
play here at the Modus Super Series and will have that opportunity to win the £25,000 first prize. Remember, Tom Sykes was an ADC qualifier, got to the final. Andreas Harrison represented ADC Europe, and he won the thing last time out.
And what kind of locations will these qualifiers be in then, Henry?
I'll tell you what, we'll delve into that in the next leg because Roes is looking to climb the ladder to win leg 2.
96. Bradley require 120.
Beautiful first start. Just got to find that left half this time. Oh, that'll do. Double top.
Gave
That'll
shot
do
on the
very
second leg,
nicely.
Bradley Roes.
That's a wonderful 120 out, especially with his angle of attack, which makes it harder.
Third leg.
That was
It's Michael
expertly
to throw
done by
first.
Bradley.
Game on.
The locations of those qualifiers in Scotland will be at the
85.
Legend Sports Bar in Aberdeen. In Wales, the Butters Bar in Burgoyne. In Northern Ireland, White Abbey.
60.
The White Abbey Arena. In the northeast, it's going to be the Eastern Labour Club in Middlesbrough. The northwest,
41.
Riley's in Chorlton. In Yorkshire, Humberside. Staincross in Barnsley. Midlands, the Longton Club in Stoke.
Did you just turn into a Yorkshire person? You want to lay off those
57.
pasties, Deacon.
Southwest in the Trinity Club in Dorchester. Southeast and London, the Academy in Basingstoke. And in the east of England, the Kempston Conservative Club in Bedford.
96.
Trinity Club in Dorchester. That takes me back. What is it about the northeast of England with Middlesbrough? They seem to be hosting more ADC events than anything at the minute. Well,
81.
amateur dart circuit single-handedly driving up the house prices in Middlesbrough.
Don't, because I can hear a Jeff Stelling type rank coming along.
177.
Well, driving up his own chances here is Burgoyne with that wonderful maximum style visit.
95. Michael, you require 102.
No sign of the discomfort in the left elbow that we saw a little bit earlier, which is really good.
94.
These two have been through the wars the last couple of days in the table, but physically have been too. But nice to see that they're throwing quite
38.
fluently at this point.
8.
As the Burger Boy goes for fours.
Gave shot on a third leg. Michael
Finds the
Burgoyne.
fours to lead 2-1. Just to add a little bit more onto the ADC Vault series, the
Fourth
new
leg, it's
series of
Bradley
the
to
Round
throw
Robin
first.
Vault, Series 8,
Game on.
launches on Monday the 3rd of July, gives players a final opportunity to qualify for the 2024 Vault National Finals, which has a
97.
£50,000 prize fund. It's one of the biggest prize funds in the amateur side of the sport. And you can find out more information on that
60.
via @Dart Circuit on Twitter, or probably if you want to find a local venue to. The best place to go is Darts Atlas, and who knows, you could possibly be playing on the Super Series stage a little bit, like Tom Sykes has found himself a revelatory player.
I've always said there are loads of dart players out there who say it to their screens,
100.
I could do that. Well, come on then, prove it. Put your money where your mouth is and put your attitude where your dart case is.
43.
Find your way here and prove to us that you can.
And the other thing is, it's not an expensive way of going about it. It's not like back in the day we had to travel across Europe to accrue points.
99.
It's £6 at somewhere probably very local, in a local vicinity, maybe half an hour maximum away from yourself. And you have an opportunity to then play at an international graded competition,
140.
potentially.
That's the whole thought process behind it. Making darts accessible. You don't have to have hundreds upon thousands of pounds to have great opportunities of winning hundreds and thousands of pounds.
98. Michael, you require
Chance for
102.
3-1. Is he going to stay there? He's not going to. He should have. I think what we've seen
54.
from Michael the last 2.5
require
days
80.
is just a little bit, or a lack of, dartificial intelligence. 5-5 for Roes.
70. Michael, you require
He's not going to get
48.
this wrong. He will calculate it right, but will he hit it?
Tired dart. A frustrated dart. And Roes is back for 5-5.
28.
To square
Bradley
this game
require
up at
10.
2-2.
One for 2-2 then. Nothing wrong with the single.
8. Michael, you
But
require
leaving Burgoyne
20.
on 10 over the last day and a half has been a dicey prospect. He's been pretty decent down here.
Game shot
And he
on
is
the
once
full
again.
flag, Michael
Can't be
Burgoyne.
ignored. That 10 has been his best double of anything.
So, Burgoyne,
Fifth leg, it's
one
Michael to
leg
throw
away
first. Game
from
on.
completing the group to put himself into 5th position. Roes would be bottom of the pile, and then we would know exactly the way things will go in terms of
60.
tomorrow and Friday.
This situation is now reminding me of that famous speech from Andrew Gilliland at the 2022 Belgian Darts Open in Visa.
58.
He made the final, lost to Dave Chisnell. When he was interviewed at the end, they asked him how he felt, and he said, all you can do is better than you've done before.
140.
And this is the best I've ever done in a European Tour event. As far as Burgoyne's considered, he is within 301 points of doing better than he's ever done on this stage
59.
in finishing 5th in a table.
And also the ramifications in terms of your match pattern as well in Group C. Whoever finishes bottom of this group will have to play first and
100.
last on both Thursday and Friday.
And that's not ideal because you've got the long shift. If you can condense your day,
60.
all the better for your chances, in my opinion.
Well, here's one for you here. Martin Adams is going to finish 4th in the group. He's going to play the last game of the first round of fixtures and the first game of the last
57.
round of fixtures.
I think I'd rather have that. Later start, earlier finish. Sounds good, doesn't it?
140. Michael, you require 144.
Order up. 144 coming in. Get it on the grill, and you've got 6 darts for it. Played really well in this game. Really, really well. And if he walks away with a 4-1 victory and an average in the high
96.
80s, Michael will be
Michael, you
feeling
require
very
16.
good about tomorrow.
It's been a good day for the Burger Boy. But is he going to finish off with a win? No is the answer
8.
this time, and so Roes
Bradley,
is
you
back for
require
88 to bring it back to 3-2.
Somebody obviously didn't order their burger well done, because we can't say well done to him yet. 777. For a somewhat rare or medium rare finish.
Back we go to 3-2. Bradley with the darts to send us all the way to a decider.
6th leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
There's a few Bradleys in darts, isn't there? Bradley Brooks. And Bradley Kirk from this neck of the woods. He actually won a tournament recently, didn't he? Bradley Kirk. Overseas. Well done, Bradley. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well.
45.
Yeah, Bradley Brooks and Bradley Roes both played at the last Champions Week here at the Super Series.
I wonder when he goes to a coffee establishment, Bradley says, "My name's Bradley."
41.
No E.
To be honest, if he went to a certain chain of coffee provider and he said his name is Bradley, they probably would have spelt his name wrong, but probably would have spelt it right.
The way it's spelt in English, it's as if he lives in Birmingham. Bradley.
I'm sorry to the people of Birmingham.
I don't know what you're sorry for. You didn't see it. That's the politician in you, Deacon.
140.
We are on throw. And it's up to Bradley to take us the distance. Don't forget, Burgoyne had 3 clean darts at 8 to win this match.
125.
To finish 5th.
Bradley require 124.
Well, this is to take us the distance. To take us to a last leg decider. The bullseye.
89.
Not to be.
Michael, you
some way
require
to get it done.
151.
Dart 1's good. Dart 2 is even better.
131.
But no bingo for the Burger Boy.
Bradley, you require 35.
To give us a last leg decider.
That was heart and mouth stuff there for Bradley. He's seen 4 match darts missed at red doubles by Michael. How's he on the red?
19.
Don't leave Michael Burgoyne on
20.
double 10.
To seal 5th spot. And to end with a win.
No score.
But that target in this particular match
Bradley,
has somewhat been his
16.
undoing.
7 match darts. Just not able to get the job done quick enough. And the seed of doubt might even grow into a plant. If Bradley plants this 8, that could be very kind. Or not.
12.
He comes back for 10s
Michael, you require 20.
to finish 5th in the group. For progress in his Super Series career. To gradually climb the ladder.
And Michael Burgoyne is going to finish in 5th. Bradley Roes is going to finish bottom of the pile. It's a 4-2 win for the Burger Boy to end his Group A campaign. The pair will swan it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, respectively. That's how the final game of the day panned out. Burgoyne, 4-2 winner against Bradley Roes, but the big damage was done before that, where Tom Sykes won the group from Chris Gilliland, with Dubois sealed 3rd spot for Martin Adams. Myself and Paul Nicholson will reflect upon all of the action that we have seen over the last 4.5 hours after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Well, Wednesday afternoon action has been completed. I've been watching the action in the company of Paul Nicholson in the commentary box. He joins us here now to assess what we have seen on the final day's action. As far as Group A is concerned, it was a dramatic day from first start to last. This is how it all panned out. It began with Tom Sykes losing out 4-2 to Michael Burgoyne, and then ended with two shootout games, as you can see there, in games 13 and 14. Revelino Dubois getting the better of Martin Adams by 4-3, whilst Tom Sykes beat Chris Gilliland by 4-1. Let's begin with those two shootout games then, shall we? Begin with Tom Sykes up against Chris Gilliland, and in particular with Tom, he won the group, but he made it hard work for himself in the end.
Sometimes when you win groups like this via the hard route, you learn more about yourself, and it stands you in a better stead than if you dominate, because you learn more from hard situations than you do from easy ones. Look at what he did when he put himself in a match-winning position. It took him a couple of visits to get over the line, but he did so without any fuss. And Gilliland just seemed to hit the wall in that final match, because he did a great job of taking us that far. It wasn't just Sykes losing ground. It was a case of he was being chased. So the person who finished second deserved a lot of credit as well.
Did Tom save his best starts for the knockout game? And does that show how far he's come as a player, that he can just switch it on for the big matches?
It's easy to put in those big performances on a Tuesday. Easy for me to say because I've never done so. But if you're putting in very good performances against your nearest rival in a knockout match, it tells you that you're comfortable playing under pressure in this place, because he's been there and done it before. And I'm very confident that he's going to do it again.
Well, the other knockout game saw Revelino Dubois get the better of Martin Adams. Adams was 3-0 up in that contest before Dubois went on to win it 4-3. What has that said about Revelino? He was 3-0 down. His back was against the wall. It could have been so easy for him to crumble, but then reels off 4 legs in succession. Yeah,
I think he had motivation in that game. I think he really wanted to be part of the top 3. Getting here, and he's the only debutant this week, and being in the top 3 of Group A, that's a great performance, considering how bad things were for him in a nervous first day. He has got 12 points over 2 days. That's a really good effort against this group. But I think Martin's going to be kicking himself for the rest of Wednesday. He had darts to win a dart to win 4-0, a dart to win 4-1, a dart to win 4-2, and it just didn't pan out in the last leg. But you've got to give Dubois credit. His quality of scoring in that last leg was world class.
Would it be frustrating for Martin when you consider day 1 and day 2 were so fruitful for him, but today it just never really got going?
No, not in any sense, really. His scoring wasn't consistent. His doubles were just a bit patchy. He didn't necessarily get enough chances. Let's say that in that final game against Dubois, had he had 3 clean darts at a double, he might have got across the line. But it was his opponent that only afforded him those combination shots to win those legs in legs 5, 6, and maybe the 7th as well. However, it just wasn't his week yet. He's still got another chance.
Have you seen so many? I saw Rhiannon Sullivan last week and Andreas Harrison the week before, winning their weeks through Group C. Right, let's have a look at the table then following the conclusion of Group A. Tom Sykes wins it from 2 points in the end from Chris Gilliland, with Revelino Dubois has sealed the last spot in Group B, whilst Martin Adams, Michael Burgoyne and Bradley Roes will find themselves in Group C. Let's just talk a little bit about Bradley then now, shall we? Because he's been struggling with some injury problems. However, is there some signs today with Bradley that actually he can possibly look glass half full a little bit going into tomorrow and Friday?
Should be, because he's played better today than he did the previous 2. His attitude was much better today, and I think that is the thing he's got to give himself a pat on the back for. His attitude on Monday and Tuesday was not good. It projected negative. So coming in today, whether someone has spoken to him about it, he's put something into practice, and I applaud the 19-year-old kid for doing that, because it's easy to strop your way through Group A and ruin what is going to be Group C. He hasn't done that today. He's played better, he's scored better, he's doubled more proficiently, and his grey matter between his ears was much more cooperative.
So this is how the tournament bracket breaks down as you head into the second half of the week. Tom Sykes then, the winner of Group A. Group C, a tantalising prospect with Burgoyne, Adams and Roes joining Stephen Johnson, Martin Turner and Jack Mel in the mix. I'm just having a look at those 2 players in the middle of that Group C there, Bradley Roes and Stephen Johnson. But them 2 go toe-to-toe on the hockey. It's not going to be a quiet affair, is it?
No, it's not, and we don't want it to be. We want Group C and Group B to be fiery affairs. But look at Group B. Revellino against Justin Smith, the bearded dragon. I'm all over that game. That could have fireworks, and it could be the kind of fixture that decides who goes to Saturday. I see those two maybe jostling for second, third, possibly fourth position. I think they'll be in the middle of the pack.
In terms of Justin Smith, he's a player that we know about his ability, but is it fair to say he hasn't really taken that next step in his career yet?
Not yet. I think it's easy for us to heap pressure on young players, whether they're 16, possibly even younger than that, up towards the age of 24 and beyond. But these young players sometimes need that full quarter of a development to a career or multiple seasons here in Portsmouth to get used to what kind of player they are. I think in 2024, we need to find out where Justin is now. As for where he wants to go, that's entirely up to him. But let's find out what he's like this week.
Right, we'll go and enjoy the sun and we'll do it again tomorrow afternoon, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Right, thank you for your company, Paul. Thank you for your company today as well. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. We kickstart on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group C is going to begin. But as far as the morning sessions are concerned, well, it was Tom Sykes who takes that morning glory.